What's going on, everybody? Kenny Caraway, James Ham here.
What's happening, everyone?
Ramsey got beat today by Schmitty Field. He was first. Schmitty was first. Ramsey was second. Dr. David in the house. Let's see. Something else I was about to do. Yes. Don't mind me.
Schmutty Fields. That's hilarious.
That was a bar by you, James. It's going to live forever here in Sacramento. Schmutty Field.
My bad. How are my calves?
Oh yeah. Do you have nice calves, James?
I don't have bad calves. I mean, I used to be a leaper.
You played volleyball, right?
Yeah, I played volleyball for a long time.
The calves should be straight then.
Yeah. But I'm an old man. So.
Yeah, we had Olivia yesterday about calves. She when she's looking for a guy, not even like romantically, she's just looking like, do they have good calves or not?
Who asked that?
Olivia.
Oh,
Olivia.
Okay.
Yeah.
Aha. All right. Yep.
Let's say where is that at? Yeah. I think this might be around here.
Someone asked if I have a premium Peacock account. I did.
Oh, dude, don't listen to these guys, man. Oh man, I have just the regular NBC streaming service account. That's all I ask. I can't even say it around these guys.
That's funny. Ryan Jennings, I'm glad Tyler had a good time last night.
I'm mad I missed the happy hour, man. I was sweating like a pig coaching basketball, 9-year-olds. I was like, damn, man. I thought I might get back in time, but it was too late.
It was a good time. Gary has, stuff going on at home. So I didn't want to keep him longer than the 2 hours that he was scheduled for. Just, like.
Oh, hold on one second. What'd you say, Jesse?
Did we tweet this out?
No. There's one other thing. Oh, yeah, that's what I needed to do. Where is it at? There we go. Is that your jaw?
No.
I'm just making sure, because that was traumatizing.
That was my jaw.
Geez, that was traumatizing.
I didn't even go close to the mic on that.
Oh, gosh.
Yeah.
It should be. I don't have my other iPad. Yeah. Just be on the Slack with the 13s and 43s. I got to get my other iPad in a second. And you can get in my ear too, if you need to. We got about less than a minute. Oh boy. See, this is why you don't go to Twitter or anything like right as the show is starting, because I'm trying to gather myself right now. Because something I saw on Twitter. Come on, man. We can't be doing that, man. I'm not even gonna repeat it because I love my job. But Dorian Finney-Smith Reggie Bullock, relax. Relax. These boys are crazy. What a way to start. What a way to start D'Lo and KC. It's your main man, Kenny Caraway. I'm not filling in. I'm starting the show. I'm riding the boat, you know what I'm saying? Because Damian is out champagning the campaign and starting this Memorial Day weekend off early, and I hope he enjoys himself. But I'm still here, and you already know when I'm here without Damian, I'm never alone. I'm never alone. Michael Jackson, you are not alone. I got the hammer. James Ham in the building. He's gonna ride with me all 4 hours a day. Ham, what's going on, man?
Not a whole lot, man. This is different. Like the 4 hour days are, it's a long day. It's a long day of sitting here in a chair for 4 hours.
Yeah, it's a little bit of a grind sometimes. It's a little bit of a grind, especially like this time of year. Luckily, the Kings got the number 4 pick in the draft this year. So all right, we got some action. But what if I'm trying to imagine, what if we had the show the year they didn't have a first round pick at all? What was it after Bagley? They didn't have a first round pick?
Yeah, that was 2019. They didn't have a first round pick.
Oh.
It got real quiet. It got real quiet. I think they still had second round picks that year, like a couple of them. But still, it's never a good thing when you don't have your first round pick. Although, look, we're all talking about, hey, why don't they trade it? Why don't they trade one or two of these? And I don't know what that would mean. Like, if you're not in the lottery, if you're the Sacramento Kings, I don't even know what's happening. It's like we've lost the identity.
Exactly. Who am I? Who where's my smile? I don't know who I am, as Malcolm X said when he was on the yard in Malcolm X. He said, I don't know who I am. But the good thing about that year is they were coming off a good season. So there was like excitement, right? We thought, oh, well, they missed the playoffs. They were the 9th seed and 39 wins or something like that. We're looking at a 4th or 5th seed coming up next year. Who should we get? Should we get a big fish? Marvin Bagley, just as good as Luka, maybe not better. There was a different level of energy in that 2019 offseason than we have right now.
Yeah, I think everyone was just lying to themselves. Then reality kicked in. Yeah, we're right back to square one. I mean, for the most part. I mean, that was an exciting year, though. I'll tell you, the crazy thing, I remember watching the first 25 games where all of a sudden they're competing and everyone's like, what in the world is happening? They were favored to lose every single night. And then they kept winning, and they beat the odds makers. It was something like 14 times. It was absolutely so. Whether they were winning or they were covering a spread, like the odds makers, like, we don't believe it. We're not gonna change. We're gonna leave them there, and we're gonna make people go to a betting window and bet the Sacramento Kings. Like, it's like, we dare you. Go ahead. Bet them.
I remember a game early in that season where I didn't think they were real, but it like caught my attention. It was like, what's going on here? There was a game in Atlanta where De'Aaron Fox had like a 37-point triple-double, and he just dominated the Hawks, and they probably went to 5-2 on the season. It wasn't very late into the season, but I was like, De'Aaron Fox, 37 points, triple-double. What? Kings 5-2? What's going on here? Like, it was crazy. And then when I thought they were making the play, I thought it was different when Fox threw that alley-oop to Willie Cauley-Stein against the Spurs at home. The place went crazy. Willie Cauley-Stein caught it on his hip on the break and dunked it. And I was like, oh, it's different this year. It's different. We got action. It wasn't different.
No, it wasn't different. I miss Willie Cauley-Stein. I miss having him around.
Willie, man. Willie, we talk about it all the time. Willie, yeah, he got a raw deal by some of the Kings fans out here. He's a good dude, man, and he did what he can do. Like, everybody wanted him to just go out there and have the motor of, I don't know, whoever has this crazy motor nowadays. That wasn't him. But he gave the best effort that he could give, I thought, on a nightly basis. It was fine, man. Willie was fine, but man, they were on Willie's head tough.
Yeah, one of the great finishers above the rim on the alley-oop. You could throw a ball anywhere near the basket, and he'd go get it. He was a wide receiver in high school. He was a wide receiver / tight end. absolutely tremendous. I mean, you can watch footage of him like 7 foot tall, running down the field, just straight arming little dudes and going up and over the top. Yeah, he was a tremendous athlete. I wouldn't be surprised if he finds his way back into the league this year. You never know. You
I
know.
hope so. I hope so.
Yeah.
Did you real quick, because we've got John Dickinson coming on here at 12:30. Loaded show. John Dickinson coming on at 12:30. Trysta Krick, Bet MGM. She's back in the building as she always is every Friday. She'll be here at around 2:00, and then at about 2:17 or so, the return of Kyle Madson from 95.7 The Game, man. So we got a lot of people to talk to. Plus Ham, who's typically here on Friday. He is here on Friday, just forever. Like he's just here the entire time. That's all. But,
Static.
right. Did you think they were going to make the playoffs the next year? Like out of that season?
Yeah, I thought they had a good chance. I thought they made some improvements. Yeah, there was momentum. There was good momentum heading towards, some good things. But then again, the whole offseason like spun out so quickly. They fired Yeager the next morning. Another, whatever you want to call Bloody Monday or whatever. I mean, they just whacked everybody. And I was in Portland the night before, so like I knew that the Yeager thing was going down the next morning. And also, I think they scored like 83 in the first half against Portland that night, and then lost. And Dave just pulled everybody just to be spiteful, so they couldn't get to 40 wins. Yeah, that was an interesting season. The way it ended, the way it felt while it was ending. We knew that like Luke Walton was on the table the whole time. His name started getting mentioned around February. That was a really interesting year to cover because there was so much internal strife. And it started early and it never went away. I mean, it was like 20-something games into the season that Dave and Brandon Williams got into it. So while on the court it was fun and everything was electric, there was so much chaos going on the whole time. So yeah, not a huge surprise that they didn't make it the next year.
Sad, really sad. You know who did rebound from a tough season and a mini drought to get back to the playoffs, and not only get to the playoffs, get to the NBA Finals after 2 years of not making the playoffs. The Warriors last night clinched a berth in the NBA Finals, beating the Mavericks 120-110. James, 6 NBA Finals in 8 years, 6 NBA Finals for Steph Curry, Klay Thompson, Draymond Green, Steve Kerr. What a run. Klay Thompson, who has been up and down this conference finals. I don't know if this is actually true. Maybe it's just in my head. But when there's a time to either put a team away or save the Warriors season, it doesn't matter what Klay's doing up until that point. He is a Terminator in those situations. And he terminated the Dallas Mavericks last night. 35 on the night for Klay Thompson, 32. He had 8 threes on the night. And he sent the Warriors back to the NBA Finals. And fitting that it was Klay Thompson, everything that he's had to endure for the last 2 years, man. And Warriors are back in the finals, man.
Yeah, I think you're just waiting for that moment where the Warriors click. So they're making it. They're jumping through these hoops on the way to the finals. But every single time you're like, they just aren't quite there yet. And you know that they have another gear, and that other gear should be scaring everyone. I mean, because that team, they're not firing on all cylinders on every single night. And as soon as they do, if they do, maybe it happens in game 3, maybe it happens in game 4 of the finals. Like, they're just going to annihilate people.
You think they got another level? You think they're the best team in basketball?
Yeah. I mean, compared to what's left, yes. Like, I don't see a way that they lose. Like, I picked them to win in 5, right? In this last round. I would be surprised if it's not 5, with 6 being like at a minimum. I think that they're gonna win in 5 though.
I disagree, James. Well, if they play Miami, I think that's a sweep. Let's just say that right there. They'll sweep Miami. Boston I feel like I can make an argument that Boston is the best team in basketball right now. I think it's them and the Warriors. I think that's a 50-50 series. And in the series, I may lean towards Boston, but I could see the Warriors winning. But man, I don't see it like that, Jay. I don't see it that easy. These are easy work for them in the finals, huh?
Yeah, I mean, look, the Celtics haven't been there. I mean, this team is so tested. They're so battle tested. They know what's coming. They know there's no LeBron James over there. And, they know that they take away a couple of legs, a couple of Boston's legs out, and, they don't have a shot. So it's not like, again, you can look at Miami. They're falling apart because they have some injury issues and their backcourt can't shoot at all. But when it comes down to it, like the Celtics are a good team, but it's so Tatum and Brown centric. If you can take away one or both of those, and the way Andrew Wiggins is playing, the fact that you're going to have solid defenders on those guys the entire series, it makes it really tough. Where the Warriors have a bunch of guys that can beat you.
Yeah, no, it's a great series, and I wouldn't be surprised if the Warriors won by any means. That's the finals I want to see. Boston's got to take care of business tonight at home against Miami. Don't mess around. Get the job done. With all due respect, they're banged up. They're beat up. They're dealing with injuries. We don't need Miami sneaking into the finals. We really don't. I mean, the way the playoffs have been going on, I already said, and then I stand by what I said. The Mavericks had no business being in the Western Conference Finals. We already had to deal with that. We don't need a team that has, at this point, no business being in the NBA Finals, being in there as food for the Warriors. Boston, take care of business, and let's move on to a really, really compelling NBA Finals. We're going to talk about that possible matchup and a lot more. John Dickinson coming in on the other side. We've got Trysta Krick coming in. We've got Kyle Madson coming in. We've got James Ham here for 4 hours, man. It's D-Lo and KC getting you ready for your Memorial Day weekend. Getting ready to have a good time, man, here on D-Lo and KC, ESPN 1320. We'll be right back. Jesse, do you know what I'm talking about with what I came in laughing about? Nah, go to Jason Jones, man. Go to Jason Jones. I will let everybody else go and see that, man. I saw that like right as the music was playing. I said, "Oh, come on, man. No, we're not doing that."
Oh no. No. No.
Oh man. Nah, Reggie Bullock. Nah, Finney Smith. That's things are going down.
That's good stuff. That's good stuff. Come on, man. Come on.
These dudes, man. I'll tell you this.
Yeah, what do you even say right there? Like, come on.
You say, nope, not doing it. I'm calling you Reggie Bullock and Finney Smith. That's what we're doing. Oh, man.
Jason Jones.
That is some funny stuff. Chester, Golden State Warriors are better. Ham is right. They have another gear. They might. Huh? I mean, I don't have anybody thinking the Warriors are better. Them dudes just loaded. So, absolutely. I think Boston can get with them. I think that's a 50-50 series.
No, I don't.
It's a 50-50 series.
Yeah.
So Jesse, obviously Celtics fan, but I mean, he said it the other day, and he's 100% right. Doesn't mean they can't be beat, but they've been the best team in basketball since February. Boston has. They beat the hell out of teams. They've gone through the gauntlet in the Eastern Conference playoffs. They've been the best team in basketball.
That doesn't mean anything when you get to the NBA Finals. I think a lot of it just like the experience level alone. But if I match up like position by position, they're just really tough. There's a lot of bad matchups there for Boston.
See, I think the other way. I think you look at, I don't know what they got Marcus Smart versus Steph Curry. Obviously, Steph got that. You got the shooting guard position with Jaylen Brown versus Clay. Jaylen Brown, I go Jaylen Brown right now. Small forward, Wiggins and Tatum, I go Tatum.
Yeah, but Wiggins is going to slow him down. He's going to make that. He'll get his buckets, but it's going to be ineffective scoring, inefficient scoring.
What they gonna do with Jaylen Brown?
They're going to do what they do to everyone else. They're going to
Jaylen
defend him the
Brown.
same way.
Hey, Jaylen Brown ain't the Bang Bros.
Yeah. That's very true. That is very true. But I'll also tell you this: Jason Tatum isn't Luka Doncic.
Calm down, James.
He's not. Yeah. So I mean, not yet. So yeah.
We'll talk about that. But yeah, I think. And then the one of the biggest things for me is ain't no Cleaver inside. Is Rob Williams. Rob Williams a problem. Rob Williams is going to be a problem for Golden State.
Yeah, I would say Al Horford might be a problem too.
They both going to beat the Warriors up on the boards.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, the Warriors just find a way. They do, and then they have electric scoring off the bench. They're deep. They
absolutely are though. Now they got Booty out there playing. Come on, man. It's just embarrassment of riches. It's not fair.
Yeah, I mean, I think we're probably going to see Moody and Kuminga get some time on Tatum and Brown. So I think it'll be fun. I think it will at least be entertaining.
And unlike Luka, Tatum will lock up on the other side.
Well, he'll lock up, but not. I mean, he's not a lockdown.
Oh no,
he's all right. He's all right.
He did his thing against Kevin Durant. Wiggins ain't Kevin Durant.
Well, yeah, but it was like Kevin Durant, no one else.
Kyrie was there.
Yeah, come on now.
Jalen will play. Horford knows what he's doing against Draymond. Hold on, we come back. Oh yeah, the Humpty dance. Oh, that's what I'm talking about right now. They were dancing in the streets of San Francisco and Oakland in the Bay Area last night as the Warriors moved on to the NBA Finals. Like, I got to tip my hat, man. It's James Ham with me here on D-Lo and KC. It's your man Kenny Caraway as well. Damian is out getting an early start to his Memorial Day weekend. Me and James just talking a little NBA, talking a little bit about a potential NBA Finals matchup. I'm hoping everything gets taken care of today, and it is Warriors Celtics. That's what I'm looking for, and we'll talk about that. But I wanted to address two things real quick. We got John Dickinson 95.7 The Game coming on in just a little bit. First and foremost, I try not to lump a whole group into these things because I know Warriors fans personally. I got good relationships with people that are Warriors fans. I know how they are. I know how they conduct themselves. And they're not like some of the whiny Warrior fans that I reference all the time, right? Just whining all the time. Just about nothing, right? But this thing that Warrior fans have had with Charles Barkley for the last 4 or 5 years, it's a little played out. And I would say it jumped the shark last night and got to a place where they need to cut all this out. Did you see them last night throwing stuff on the set of Inside the NBA at Charles?
Yeah, the NBA needs to step up and do something about security there. And look, we've talked about this a little bit. People don't know how to behave in public right now. Like we've been locked in our houses for too long. And I mean, I saw it almost every single night at Golden One. Crazy fist fights, crazy stuff all over the place. I think people just, they lost their mind a little bit. They've been locked up. They get out, and they're doing things that normally they wouldn't do. And that's not talking about this stuff like all the political stuff's going on or the horrible tragedy and all that stuff. I'm just talking about regular, everyday people
Mhm.
are out there doing things that they normally wouldn't do. And you don't throw stuff on the set of a live television show. And Charles Barkley needs to know better too. I mean, it was a orange T-shirt. You know, he should just wipe his head with it and throw it on the ground.
Oh, it could be a Kleenex tissue to me. Don't be throwing nothing to me. Don't be
Yeah,
throwing nothing to me. Like check yourself. And I talk about, because you're right. Everywhere, like it's just kind of out of control. People are acting crazy, right? But it's specifically been this thing with the Warriors and Chuck ever since he said in 2015, um, he didn't think a jump shooting team could win an NBA Finals. And he was right. We hadn't seen it up until that point. And the Warriors defied logic and showed that they are a team that can win a number of different ways, even if it means having a 3-point shooter as your best player. So that's all fine and dandy. But they've had this thing with Charles Barkley ever since then, really, because he didn't think your team would win. Like that's where all this comes from. Like you getting so mad at him, and you talking about he sucks, and now you're in a situation where you're throwing things at him because he didn't think your team would win. Come on, man. Like I said, I know Warriors fans, man, and I know a lot of Warrior fans personally, and it's a very passionate fan base. They got to stop that. They gotta not condone this kind of stuff and chill with all that.
are they Warriors fans who are like, man, I've been a fan for like 8 years, and then you realize that 8 years is how they've been great for eight
Yeah,
years.
yeah, there's a lot of that going on for sure. The OGs
Yeah,
think they know how to handle themselves.
yeah, and like Charles Barkley, maybe he has a point. I mean, or he used to have a point with jump shooting teams not winning championships, but that kind of went out the window in like, what was it, 2010, 2011 when the Dallas Mavericks won. I
Mm,
mean, that was a straight up jump shooting team, and they won. And I think it's changed. Where the game has changed so much, the rules have changed so much, where a jump shooting team can win because you have all kinds of space, all kinds of rules in place to make the game more open and exciting, and it lends itself to incredible guard play, incredible shooting, and Steph has revolutionized the game. It's
mhm.
something. Someone said something the other day, and I can't even remember who it was, that LeBron James and Steph should be right up there together as far as who they are and what they are, as far as how they're remembered and stuff.
Mhm.
I'd say there's been LeBron James in the league before. There's never been a Steph, and the way that he's changed the game, the just completely changed it. To me, it is stunning. He's revolutionary in a completely different way than we've ever seen. So, I mean, we've talked about this when Pejo Stojakovic retired after the I think 2011 NBA championship with the Dallas Mavericks. He was third in the NBA all time in 3-point makes, and now he's like 23rd or 24th. I mean, that's how much the game's changed in a decade. That's just crazy. And so much of that is on Steph and his ability to space the floor, stretch it out, start shooting from further and further and further away.
Yeah.
And then you see these people, Damian Lillard has done that as well. But again, it's based off of Steph. And then you see the generation of players like Trae Young who come in, who grew up watching Steph, and that's how they play. So we've seen like sort of the next generation of players. They all shoot. They all shoot like this because
Right.
that's how the game's played now.
I agree with you, and I love Steph Curry, and I love what he's done in his career. I agree with you. Revolutionize the game. We got to rewind a little bit though, James. We got to rewind. We got to rewind a little bit here. Give me a second here. Did you say we've seen LeBron James before?
Yeah, yeah. I think we've seen players like LeBron before.
James, we
Maybe
ain't
not
never
at
seen
maybe
nothing
not
like LeBron
90s.
James.
What's
We ain't
that?
never seen LeBron James. I don't think we ever will see LeBron James again. Like, to your point, you talk about Dame and Trey. They're not Steph. They can replicate what Steph is, though. We ain't never gonna see nobody replicate what LeBron James is.
I don't know. I don't know.
Before, we'll never see it again. That's a one of one.
Oh, I mean, he's certainly a one of one, but his style of play, like, is he? I mean, his ability to play above the rim at that size is incredible, and the fact that he's had this longevity is nuts. But I mean, Oscar Robertson was a great player as well and put up a lot of stats like this, and in an era where that doesn't happen, like there have been players that, again, if Magic Johnson just wanted to be a scorer, if that's what that era was about, Magic would have been able to do some of the stuff that you see from LeBron.
James Aloysius Ham. No. Oscar Robertson was phenomenal. Phenomenal. One of the greatest to ever do it. Ain't no way he was LeBron James or even close.
I mean, like, look, it's really hard to change eras, to like compare eras of players, but and I think LeBron is amazing. Like, don't get me wrong. Like, I mean, the fact that he's taken so many teams to the championship, but like, even like, look at what they're talking about today with Luka. Like, they're saying, hey, should we add 2 stars next to Luka? And the Mavericks are saying we're not going to do that. Mm-hmm. I mean, a lot of LeBron's victories came with Dwayne Wade, Chris Bosh. They came with Anthony Davis. Like, he's always had greatness around him, except for like the first 5 or 6 years. And again, it's not to take anything away from him. I think he's an incredible player, but if I'm telling you, like, who has changed the game more, I think it's Steph. Like, I'm not saying that Steph's a better player.
No, here's
I'm saying who's changed the game more.
Here's what I would say, that Steph is probably changed the game because you can replicate what Steph Curry is done. You can't be LeBron James. Like, you can't.
Well, no, yeah, like you can't go make LeBron James. No,
right?
No,
you can't.
I got you.
Yeah. No, I like them both. I just like arguing with James from time to time.
Yeah. I mean, physically, you're never we might not see another player like LeBron, but again, we're not going to see another player like Giannis. Like, what he can do as well. Like, I mean, I think it plays into a larger discussion about like the unicorn type player, the one-off, right? Mm-hmm. But I think if you look at the way that Steph's done it, I mean, we can talk about it all day long, but I would make this point. Steph has done more with less than LeBron has. Like, he's not 6'8", 270 with a 48-inch vert or whatever he came into the league. Like, that's like, Steph has given a pathway where not like anyone can do it, but he's opened a door where so many more people can do what he does. You're right, he can replicate it. Mm-hmm. But I mean, I think that's how we're talking about he's changed the game. And yes, Shaq was one of one. Shaq to me is the most incredible physical specimen that we've ever seen in professional sports.
Yeah, he was phenomenal. Let's bring a buddy of ours into the conversation as well, man, and see what he thinks about all this. From 95.7 The Game, he got ties to Sacramento too. I see John every now and then at the Golden One Center, hanging out, champagne and campaigning. John Dickinson in the house, man. John, what's going on with you, man?
What's going on, Kenny, James? It's great to be with you. And yeah, for those that don't know, Sacramento, my hometown, my parents still live there. A lot of family still there. So I get up to Sac whenever I can. And yeah, it's always good to be heard and join you guys.
Man, appreciate you coming on, man. We're sitting here, having a discussion about LeBron and Steph and what Steph has been able to do and the way he's been able to change the game and make a mark in this league that is going to last forever, because he's going to have, we talk about like coaching trees and all this other stuff. There's a Steph Curry tree, James brought it up, Dame Lillard, Trae Young. We're seeing guys in middle school who are out here trying to be the next Steph Curry. Right. And what he's done, you've had an up close and personal view of what he's done in his career, and 6 NBA finals in 8 years, man. This is crazy. And for me, I know a lot of people talk about Draymond and all this other stuff. And Draymond is great. He is a huge factor in all this. People want to call him the heart and soul and all this other stuff. That's cool. The straw that stirs the drink, the reason everything clicks down there in Golden State is because of 30, in my opinion.
It's always, for me, goes back to what Kevin Durant actually said in 2019, and that is that Steph Curry is the system. And to hear a player like that say it, for all of the back and forth and the way that he wound up with the Warriors and wound up leaving the Warriors, and you look at the situation he's in now, but even he knew, as somebody that came and helped take that team and franchise and group to even more extraordinary heights than they had already been those 2 years where they made the finals and won the one championship. Now, he makes, when you look at what Andrew Wiggins has been able to do in a series against the Mavs, it's all predicated on Steph Curry and the gravity and the attention that the Mavs specifically were paying to him. Kevon Looney goes out and averages 12 and 12 in a Western Conference Finals and shoots 75% from the field. You know, the big question around here in the Bay is, hey, the Warriors don't have a big. They don't have a big man. They're going to not win the title because they don't have a big man. And maybe that winds up being true, but Kevon Looney played as well as any big man you could have. And a big part of that was because he was so open, because Steph Curry's drawn 2 and 3 defenders away from the basket, and teams are daring Looney to be able to get behind the defense and make a layup or get an offensive rebound. And he's able to do it because so many are out of position.
Yeah.
John, you bring that up. When you look at that Warriors team, they finished the season number 1 in defensive rating. They don't have a big man. They don't have a natural shot blocker. You know, Steph has never been known as a great defender, and, you know, he's no spring chicken. Klay is coming off ACL and an Achilles tear. Hadn't played in, 900 and something days. How is it that this team, and Draymond misses a bunch of time during the season.
Yeah.
How is it that they're able to do this? Because it's stunning. I mean, Jordan Clarkson isn't a natural defender. He's playing major minutes on the best defensive team in the league.
Yeah, Jordan Poole.
Oh, Jordan Poole.
But he's playing a lot like Jordan Clarkson.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, Jordan Poole.
No question. And it all started, I think, this season with the 18-2 start. They were, aside from Klay Thompson, relatively healthy at the beginning. I think they went into the year knowing Jordan Poole was going to start alongside alongside Steph Curry in Klay Thompson's absence. And they really played a lot of the veterans early in the season. It was Otto Porter Jr., it was Gary Payton II, it was Nemanja Bjelica, the Kumingas and the Moody's. You know, really Jordan Poole was the only young player that was a part of it. And I think the Warriors made they put such an onus on getting off to a good start, redefining their identity defensively based on what it had been in the championship years, and Wiggins being a part of that. And honestly, I mean, in something that relates very much to Sacramento, Mike Brown gets a lot of credit, I think, for setting that tone defensively off the top in leading to the 18-2 and the 41-13. Steve Kerr took a little off of Mike Brown's plate coming into this year in a way of the overall component of helping him guide the team, and basically made him the defensive coordinator. That's your primary focus. Maybe not going to play the switching all the time defense that they had in the past, but come up with more game by game opponent specific defenses, which they really deployed early in the year that were effective. And I think they rode that tone of the 18-2 and the 41-13 into where things got a little janky. Klay comes back. It didn't quite look right. Steph goes out, and Draymond's got to miss time. They were fortunate enough to get everybody back right at the perfect time before the playoffs started. But I think the defensive tone that was set at the beginning of the season, because of some of the specific defenders that they had, the Paytons and the Wiggins and the Draymond, who was playing defensive player of the year caliber, all of that set the tone. But I do think Mike Brown gets a lot of credit for helping to establish some of those game plans.
Yeah, we got John Dickinson here, 95.7 The Game out in the Bay Area. Also, we got Sacramento ties, man. You can see him every now and then at the Golden One Center, you know, hanging with us common folks, because we're down here in, you know, NBA poverty, you know, but we talk about lotteries. We don't even snip the playoffs. John comes down and hangs out with us sometimes. After the
lucky again, though. Got lucky again in that lottery. That's what, 3 of the last 6 years you're moving up.
Yeah, we got to cash in one of these times. One of these times we got to cash in. It's getting ridiculous. But after the game, I heard Draymond Green talk about how this one was so much sweeter because nobody expected him to be here. Now, Draymond, calm down. No need to go Doc Rivers a little bit. But I understand what he's talking about. 3 years ago, I know I did. I don't have no problem saying it. I thought it was done. It was done. as far as championship. I said they could be a good team. They can be a playoff team, a perennial playoff team. But as far as getting the finals and getting championships, that era is over. And just talk a little bit about how this team has relished getting back to the mountaintop from where they were. I mean, it's a team that had a second pick in the draft. People were hurt left and right. Careers were in jeopardy. And here they are 3 years later, back in the NBA Finals. I understand what Draymond's saying. What do you see with that, John?
Yeah, I think he's admitting that he was right there with you, Kenny, that he didn't know even at the beginning of the year if they had enough. I think this year for the Warriors was almost about how close can they be to being a contender. If that's first round and out, second round and out, get to a conference finals, whatever it is, figure out how close you are and then what you have to do in this offseason to maybe get over the top. I think what they realized was, in part because of that great start that they got off to, was that they did have a chance if they could get everybody back at the same time. And that's where they did have some good fortune in getting everybody back at the same time. But I think Draymond's admitting that there was doubt. And I think to that point, there were the reports last summer of Steph and Draymond and Iguodala, even after he was brought back into the fold, going to management and saying, hey, we want to go for this, almost saying maybe you should look to try and move some of the young players that, for another veteran that can help us get over the top in this window that might only be 1 or 2 years. And I think, those conversations, while the Warriors front office always welcomes them, over time, they haven't always listened to exactly what the players have wanted. And it's wound up working out in their favor. And I think this is another example of sit tight. You think we've built a good team. If you're Bob Myers and Joe Lacob, let's let it play out. And then next year, if we have to go do something, we'll go do it. But I think that's an indicator that there was some doubt, guys, even a year ago, as to whether or not it really could all come together off of, kind of a clunky year last year where they got beat in the play-in, and Clay didn't play at all as a different team. Right. But I could definitely see where there would be doubt among Steph and Draymond specifically when you look at what a slog that year was just to eke into a play-in tournament and get eliminated.
Yeah.
JD, when we look at Wiggins, like we've kind of been waiting for Wiggins to arrive as this offensive juggernaut that he was supposed to be as a high school player. And all of a sudden, he's this indispensable piece. Like, how does this happen where a guy just all of a sudden gets it and decides that all of the physical gifts that he's been given, he's going to use for an entire package, not just on the offensive end, not just to do some of the things he could do as a young player, but all of a sudden we're seeing this guy become a player worthy of his contract, where for years here he's been an albatross that, everyone thought, oh, could you dump him? And probably not. But all of a sudden he's this marvel of a defensive player, and he's so impactful in this series.
He's at peace. I mean, that's the perfect, I think, starting point. He just seems at ease with who he is. And I think the Warriors deserve credit for not falling into and not allowing maybe people to fall into the trap of just because a guy is quiet. Don't mistake that for somebody that doesn't care or who isn't going to bring it, because that was kind of the knock on him. I think at times it's also just the pressure that's relieved from not having to be the number one option and not having to be the number two option. And because let's be honest, Jordan Poole was the number two option when Clay was out, might still be the number two option even with Clay back on some nights. Now, not last night, obviously, but Wiggins can just fall in line with a more natural pecking order, I think, for him. And it was clear in this series that they told him, and throughout the whole postseason, we need you to rebound at a high level, need you to defend. That's what's most important. But there are certain matchups, I think Luka specifically in the conference finals. Hey, if Luka's in front of you and you get the ball, take him. And so I think they simplified the game. And I think even Andrew Wiggins is smart enough to know, just based on his career trajectory and his time in the league and where Luka is in his development, Andrew Wiggins was the number one pick. So I think he accepts that challenge of, oh, Luka can't guard me. Like one-on-one with the rest of the defense scattered on the other side of the floor in a simple, like he can't guard me. I'm going to attack him. I'm going to take this shot. And so I think it kind of gets back to what we were talking about with Steph and even Clay, who are always just unabashed, going to take every open shot that they get. I think all of that focus on those two allows Wiggins to be himself. And they've really, I think, deserve credit for also finding specific areas on the floor where he's successful too. That should be pointed out. The left corner three has always been a shot that he's hit at a high percentage. If you watch the Warriors offense, a lot of times he's getting that left corner three a lot. And he was 50% shooting that for a good chunk of the year, that specific shot. They also try to get him the ball on the left wing so he can drive to his right and have the middle to really try and attack. So I think throughout the season, they deserve credit for putting him in positions to succeed in that way as well.
Yeah. JD, we got less than a minute left, but I want to ask you something. It's just us three. It's me, you, and James. We're just talking. We're not on the radio. We're not on the stream. It's just us three talking. How's Mike Brown going to do here?
I hope he does well, because he's a hell of a nice guy, and he's about the most prepared guy you'll ever find. It mellowed a little bit. I think he was maybe more controlling than he had been in other places, maybe a little bit of the Steve Kerr rubbing off of him there. But you're not going to find as a better organized or detailed or prepared individual, respected even individual, than Mike Brown. I think a lot of that's going to come down to, does the owner, if it isn't, are the expectations realistic? I think is the key question in the owner's mind. Because if the owner doesn't feel the expectations are being met and he really wanted the other guy, as had been reported, then does that have the potential for some trouble to seep in year after year one, leading into year two, and then all of a sudden 2 years and Mike Brown's out the door and they're trying to find another head coach. I also think, and I know we're up against it, I'll be quick. De'Aaron Fox a big part of this thing. Can De'Aaron Fox be the best or the second best player on a 8 seed type playoff team? I think the jury's still out on that question, but Mike Brown's going to give him every opportunity to do it. I'll say that. That's
for sure. John, you're the man. We appreciate you. If you guys want to hear more from him, he's going to be all over the place on 95.7 The Game. Check out the Twitter, JD John Dickinson at Twitter or on Twitter. Check him out, man. John, we appreciate you pulling up, man.
Kenny, James, thank you. Appreciate it.
No problem.
Have a great show.
We'll be back with a little bit more. We're going to get into the Kings, man, because I got some questions for James about these Kings. I tell you, man, they just make me shake my head sometimes, but I got some questions, and we're going to get in all that. Plus, I like to poach from teams that just made the playoffs, just got eliminated. There's a couple guys on Dallas I might want to poach and bring to the Kings. That's what I do after every team is eliminated. So we'll get into all that here. It's Kenny Caraway. It's James Ham. It's D'Lo and KC on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320. We're good. JD, man, appreciate you, big dog. I didn't even realize I wasn't following you on Twitter yet. I see all your stuff because you're on one of my list. So I'm like, yeah, I follow John. That's nothing, but you're on my list. So yeah, man, hit that follow button.
All good. Y'all have a good show. Thanks.
Yeah, good seeing you, JD.
Yep. Good to see you, James. Anytime.
There we go. Oh, they had these options that said ban from the stream. I don't want to ban them.
Kick his ass out. That's funny. Yeah, he's a good dude. John has a crazy memory. You can ask him, just about like specific games, and he can just flip through the Rolodex in his head and pull up a game in his head and tell you what happened. Yeah, he's absolutely like I don't know, like what is it called? Why am I drawing a blank? Because my memory shot. So photogenic memory. There we go. Yeah, like it's crazy. It's crazy what he can do with his with that stuff.
Speaking of, you see, this is how my mind works. You talk about his great memory. I think about, oh man, memories from Sacramento. He probably went to Arco Arena. I was like, oh, Arco Arena is still standing. It's not blown up yet. They're going to put a hospital on there. I heard that from James. Well, I already knew that, but James Ham was talking about on the King's Beat. And then you were talking about Stockton's still operating out of Arco Arena. And it was like, well, where are they going to go? This is a long thought process way of saying, where are they going to go with Stockton? Are they going to put them in go to one center? Like that?
No, I don't think so, because they use the old practice facility for their front office and for their training center.
Mhm.
So all of the players live in Sacramento. They don't live in Stockton. There's apartment complexes all around the arena right there. And so I don't know what they're going to do. And, maybe they wait a long time to tear that building down, because it's still or maybe they don't tear it down. Maybe that becomes like a rehab center or something as part of the hospital. But it's a nice building. It's been there a long time, but it's a nice building.
That was a big deal when they built that, because I remember they were practicing all around the city. They used to come to the Salvation Army every now and then, because I used to go there after school, and like maybe once a month, they got this gym in there, and they'd be like, we'd play after school and stuff, and they'd be like, yeah, you guys can't go in the gym today. Like, what? They're like, yeah, the Kings are practicing. What? Oh my gosh! So they would practice all over the city, and then when they finally, that was as late as like 98 or so. They didn't have that facility.
Yeah, I want to say the Jim Thomas took out a huge loan from the city to revamp the arena. I think it's a $70 million loan that the Maloofs inherited. And then I think the Maloofs actually built the practice facility once they took over the team in 98 for the 98-99 season. So I think that's when they started putting that thing together. But I mean, it was beautiful. And for us as media, it was way better than the current practice facility. So it had a roll up like screen in front of a whole bank of windows, and we were allowed to look in, and they were one-way mirrors. So they couldn't see us, but we could look out and watch the players on the court. That's where this story, I don't know, how much time do we have?
We'll probably come back in about 30 seconds. 20 seconds, Jesse? 45 seconds.
That's when Hassan Whiteside came over and started flexing in front of the one-way mirrors and looking at himself like in a tank top, like flexing all over the place, not knowing that media was on the other side of the glass. Yeah.
Good old Hassan Whiteside, man.
Good old Hassan. It wasn't that room wasn't that small. Yeah.
That's funny. Hold on. Yeah. We coming back. Oh no. Oh no. Hold on. It is Friday, Memorial Day weekend Friday, and we're just champagning and campaigning with water with here on D'Lo and KC. Kenny Caraway, James Ham in the building, filling in for Damian Barling, who is off really champagning the campaign. I don't know if he has water or not. It may be some real champagne in the campaign, but we're holding it down here on D'Lo and KC today. I haven't mentioned about it, but if you're in your car and listen to us on the radio, that's cool. But you don't have to stop there. You can stream us on the Odyssey app if you're getting out, if you're going into the grocery store and you don't want to miss anything that James has to say or I have to say. You can stream us on the Odyssey app. If you want to see our handsome faces, sorry, Olivia, you won't be able to see our calves on here, but you'll be able to see our handsome faces. You can stream us on YouTube, stream us on Twitch, ESPN 1320. We're also on Facebook today as well, so you can check us out on all those platforms. All right, so there's a couple things going on here with the Kings, James. And first of all, I'm looking at the team that just lost. And this is something that I've done all postseason. Look at these teams that lose, where they may need to make adjustments. And I say, you know what? Maybe I could take that guy from this team. He was just in the playoffs. He looks solid. Maybe I could. They may be looking to move on and add some pieces. Maybe we can take them from Memphis, from Utah, from Denver. Bring them on over here to Sacramento and add to our roster. Dallas is no different. because Dallas now is lost. And I think I think that Dallas obviously have Luka. So that's one of the best positions to be in all of basketball right now, to have that guy on your roster and figuring things out. But at the same time, I think they got quite a few holes on their roster. And I don't know if they have a lot of flexibility to fill those positions. And when I mean flexibility, I'm talking about financially. They've got two iffy contracts with Bertans and Dinwiddie. Dinwiddie's really good. You know, you're good with that. But Bertans, that's a rough contract. I think he's got 2 more years left on the deal. Isn't he at like 20 a year? Because wasn't it close to like Buddy Hield's deal?
It's right around there. It's not good. It's one of the worst contracts that I've seen in a while. Just because he stopped being good. That's the biggest problem. I mean, if you're gonna have a contract like that, at least Buddy Hield, while he didn't live up to the contract, at least he still put up stats. Bertans is one of those guys that like, it just really hasn't worked out. It didn't work out in Washington. And, you know, he had a couple of moments here and there, but, you know, if you're a guy that all you can do is shoot, you better be exceptional at that. And he hasn't been exceptional.
Yeah. So you got that situation. They also have a deal where they've got Tim Hardaway Jr. under contract. Now, I don't know how many years he has left. He's got 4. Well, he's going to have 3 years left after this season is over. But he's making $21 million a year. And I think if they want to have any type of possibility of making moves and adding to the roster, they're going to have to shed a little salary. That's where the Kings come into play. Because not only can they shed some salary, and I got my eye on Tim Hardaway Jr., but the Kings can also help Dallas out in theory, because one of the things that they need in Dallas, they need a big man. They need a center. Dwight Powell's not going to get it done. So we kind of got a center here, you know, if they're interested in it. And I actually think he'd be a good fit for what they're trying to do in Dallas, and that's Richaun Holmes. Can I interest you, James Ham? And I'm just throwing things out there. I love Richaun Holmes. I don't want to move on from him. I just want the Kings to get better. But can I interest you in a Richaun Holmes, Justin Holiday going to Dallas for Tim Hardaway and a 2nd-round pick?
Interesting. I mean, Hardaway's coming off injury, so that's always a concern. He's not super young. What is he, 29?
Yeah, around that age.
You know, to be honest, he's kind of in that the bubble that we always talk about, that sort of that area that we talk about when it comes to Harrison Barnes. You know, he's kind of that quality of player, and I don't mind him. I mean, he certainly could be a starting shooting guard for you, and probably, I mean, he's going to score more than most of your other options for sure. It's kind of a little Buddy Hield-esque, except for he's not mistake prone like Buddy, but he can shoot the ball. He can do a lot of good things on the offensive end. That wouldn't be like high on my priority list to go get him, but I also, if it happened, I wouldn't be like, oh, that's just horrible. Because if you really look at Richaun Holmes at like, what are we looking at, like 10.5, and then like 11.5, something like that. To take on Hardaway, he has a declining scale contract, so it goes from like 18 to 17 to 16, and so that's good. So you're only really looking at taking on maybe $4 million in the final year, an extra $5 million in the second year. In the first year, you can almost make it a wash if you make the contracts right. So I don't think that that's horrible. Especially since you know that Holmes is going to be under contract for 3 years. He's under contract for 3 years. It's not something that I would run out and do right away. It's something that if I had to do something like that, if I needed to make a move to balance a roster, that one makes more sense than a lot of other deals. And I do like Hardaway. I don't think that, he's a perfect player for this team, but I do think that there are some moments that, he shines. And again, if you're going to bring him in and you're going to retain Harrison Barnes, you got to get a player that's better than both of those. So if Harrison Barnes and him are your fourth option on the offensive end, and Harrison has those 30-point nights and those 12-point nights and those 8-point nights, you need him and Hardaway to kind of be dueling banjos. When one of them is off, the other one needs to be on. There will be nights where they're both on. So I'm intrigued by that. They have a couple other players there that I like a lot more, just that fit better with what you're trying to do here, like Dorian Finney-Smith and Bullock. Those guys are what the Kings should be shopping for right now. They need to go find like 2 or 3 of those types of players. But if you're gonna come back next season and say you use your pick and you come back with a first round pick, and somehow maybe you move up, or you get one of these big guys and you came back with Tim Hardaway Jr., then that wouldn't be horrible. I think you'd be okay.
Right. And when I think about that, I think about in my mind, obviously one of the 2 guards are gone, in DiVincenzo and Terrence Davis. Like, you're not going to get a Hardaway type and still keeping those 2. So maybe Terrence Davis is included in the deal, or he's in a separate deal or something like that. But you get Tim Hardaway Jr. as your starter. And I don't know how, there's a relationship that needs to be repaired or worked on between DiVincenzo and the Sacramento Kings. And I say that because I would look at him as the guy coming off the bench. I don't know how happy he'd be with that. But man, if you got a shooting guard situation with Tim Hardaway Jr. and Dante DiVincenzo as your wings coming off the bench, and I think in certain situations, depending on who you're going up against, Hardaway Jr. could be the 3rd guard in the 3-guard system. You know what I mean? In certain rotations. So I've always liked Tim Hardaway Jr. I understand his flaws. He's not a player without flaws by any means. I like your comp to a little Buddy Hield-ish. I see that, but I like him. I think that's a gettable guy with what you'd be giving back to Dallas. Finney-Smith obviously would be great as well, but they just signed him. I don't think he's going anywhere.
Yeah, I don't think you're getting him or Bullock out of there.
Right.
Yeah, even for Holmes, I just don't think you're doing it, which is a shame because those are the types of players that this team really needs.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
So
and then they have
things out there.
Yeah, they have Brunson as well, who's I think he's a restricted free agent.
Mm-hmm.
And I like Brunson a lot, but he doesn't fit at all with what the Kings are trying to do.
Right.
That's kind of like trading for Malcolm Brogdon, similar style of player, similar upside. And someone asked about Maxi Kleber. Look, the Kings need stretch players. They need long, athletic shooters that can play some defense. I'm not sold that that's like a perfect add to the Kings roster, but at the same time, like they need someone. I mean, they can fill the void behind Sabonis with a bunch of different styles of players, right? You could keep Alex Len, Neemias Queta, or you could trade Alex Len and keep Damian Jones, and that'd be your backup center with Neemias Queta kind of coming up behind them. But you need something different. You need a stretch 4 that can open the spacing and all that, and hopefully they're able to find that somewhere.
Yeah.
That's interesting. Dallas is an interesting trade partner, and they really could use Holmes.
They absolutely could use him, and because they had Powell, he couldn't even play in this series. I think Richaun Holmes, the way he moves on the defensive end, I think he could have played in this Western Conference Finals. Like if they had him on the team, that probably would have helped them out a little bit inside, not getting beat up by Looney. So yeah, I think he could help them out. Get Cuban on the phone. I'll talk to him. We'll talk.
We'll work it out.
Yeah, man. But Jesse, get Cuban on the phone, please. We'll work it out.
Are you going to pitch some other idea to him? Like, do you have some sort of Shark Tank deal that you want to pitch to him?
You know what? There was an idea that I had, but I forgot it.
The shower caddy or something.
I I was listening to, real quick before I say that, you're listening to ESPN 1320, KIFM West Sacramento, KRXQ HD2 Sacramento, and Odyssey Station, and driven by Lasher's Elk Grove Dodge. I'm Kenny Caraway. James Ham in the building with me today. Damian Barley has a day off. We're getting you geared up for your Memorial Day weekend here on D-Lo and KC. But you talk about Mark Cuban. I forgot. I think I was listening to him, and he was talking about a Shark Tank idea that like a kid came to him with, and he was kind of blown away by it, and it worked, but it was for shoelaces. And he was like, it seems so simple and so like inconsequential, but when you think about it, we all use shoelaces. We all use shoelaces. At some point, some people have, slides or different shoes, but we all have some shoes with shoelaces. And he was just talking about how the kid had this idea of like, these colorful or artistic shoelaces. And I don't know if he went with the deal or it made him think, but he ultimately he didn't or whatever. But something simple like that. Maybe I can come up with shoelaces. What's something simple that we use every day? Maybe I could create pins. I can create special pins.
Special pin. I'm not sure that there's a pin that can be special,
Well, the pen still writes the same way. It just looks a little different. Opposed to this, this blue one that I have here. Maybe you get your favorite player on the pen.
See, now you're just giving your ideas away.
Yeah, I am just giving it away. That's a bad job. Mark would never go for me giving away my ideas for sure. They used to have those though. I remember when I was a kid, they had the pencils that had the teams on them. I used to love it, like Major League Baseball.
Oh yeah,
for sure.
The NFL. Yeah.
I used to love those. Yeah. So I'm just coming up here with ideas, man. I'm trying to get rich quick out here, man. James, one thing about James Ham is he gonna go viral. If James don't do nothing else, he gonna go viral out here. Whether it's from the Kings beat, anything that he says here on ESPN 1320, as he is our Kings insider, about once a week, once every other week, James gonna go viral. And it happened again this week. Will we be able to call this one viral? I think so.
Maybe. I don't know.
We had people kind of all over the country kind of chiming on this. When he came on D-Lo and KC on Monday, I think it was, and he just talked about, some of the things that he had heard with the Kings possibly moving up to that number 2 pick. And I had people hitting me up from Rockets blog sites and Thunder blog sites and fan sites, who had the clip and was talking about it and what it meant for them. And I don't know, James, do you want to clarify at all or recant, what you talked about? Because all you did was talk about something that you had heard, but people they started buzzing over this.
Yeah, I mean, look, it is a rumor that's out there that the Kings could potentially move up to number 2, and then on top of that, not only could they move up to number 2, but when you go to the draft combine, the combine is a place where all of a sudden every GM, every assistant GM, they're all in the same place. Mm-hmm. So a lot of these deals happen right there. So if you take that rumor and the rumor that the Kings could move up to number 2, and then I even heard the next step that it's possible that they already did move up to number 2, and that it's just one of those things that was, could have been worked out at the combine in Chicago. Now, whether that's true or not, I don't know. Like it's a rumor. And I'm not going to stake. It's not a rumor I heard firsthand. It's a rumor that I heard from someone else. But still, the intel is pretty good that, that again, Oklahoma, from everything I've heard, well, I'll just lay it out this way. From everything that I've heard coming out of the combine, most teams in the league believe that Jabari Smith Jr. will go number 1 in the draft. And that means Chet Holmgren will be available at number 2, which, a lot of people didn't expect him to be available at number 2. There was a good chance for the last couple of years that he was going to be the first pick in this year's draft. But things change. And if he falls to number 2, that Oklahoma is not truly enamored with him, that they like Jaden Ivey. These are many things that I have heard, that they like Jaden Ivey. And so they would be open to moving the number 2 pick, but they don't want to fall back too far. They want a top tier player because that's the reason why they're bad. They want to be a team that's up near the top. And so it makes a lot of sense. Like if you tie all of it together in one gigantic bow, it does make sense that the Kings would look to move up to 2 because this is the highest that they're going to be, or it's the highest they've been in a while since the Marvin Bagley draft, but also, the De'Aaron Fox draft, they were number 5. Right. But you hope that you're going to be a playoff team. That's what the goal is, which means you might not be this high again for a while. And even if you're close to the playoffs, that means that you're drafting around number 11, number 12, number 13. And it's really hard to move up from those positions to number 2 without mortgaging everything for the future and everything else. So, if I'm sitting at number 4 and I fall in love with a player that I know is going to go number 2, it's going to cost you. It's going to cost you a top 5 first round pick, a top 5 protected first round pick in next year's draft. But is it worth it? If you think you're getting a star, if you think you're getting a game changer, a guy who can, change the fortunes of your franchise, then maybe it is. And so, I can certainly rationalize the reason to do it. I'm not sure that this is a draft to do it, but maybe not. Maybe it is. Next year's draft is really good. There's a couple of tremendous game changers at the top of the draft. But as long as you're protected against losing a top 5 pick, then I think you're okay. It's just, it's a gamble.
So that's what I was going to ask you as well. What does that even look like? I know Dallas and Atlanta and Luka and Trae Young, they swapped from 5 to 3, I think it was.
Yep.
And was it just a protected pick the next year, or was there a player involved?
No, it was just a protected pick. I'm almost positive it was a protected pick in the following draft, and that ended up being the number 10 pick, which was Cam Reddish. So it always comes back to Cam Reddish.
Dallas missed out big time with that one.
Always comes back to Cam Reddish. Look, whether it happens or not, I have no idea. I'm just telling you that it's something that I have heard, that not only like there was a buzz. So I'm not sure how it's going to work out. There's a possibility that the Kings could do something like this. They have the ammunition to do things like this because they have their future picks. It's just whether or not Oklahoma, number one, if the number 2 pick is Chet Holmgren, then that opens the door for something like this. But also, if Oklahoma values someone else higher, like a Jaden Ivey, and there are teams around the league that believe Jaden Ivey is a top 2 player in this draft. So I've heard that. Yeah.
It's so crazy, man, how moving up 3 spots. They didn't even move up to number 1. They went from 7 to 4. And it has opened up so many more doors for what this team could do. You know what I mean?
It's huge. Yeah.
If they went from 10 to 4 or 7 to 2 or something like that. They just went 7 to 4, and it's changed everything that they can do this offseason and in this draft. It's crazy.
Yeah, I told you right when it happened that that could be the case, that it could change everything. That not only did you move up to number 4, but when you did that, you jumped ahead of teams that, teams like the Pistons, teams like Indiana, who might have assets that might want to move up to get into the spot that you're at. But it also got you closer to the top. And all it takes is one guy, whether it's Shaedon Sharpe or it's Jaden Ivey, to move up into the top 4 to push one of those big guys down to you. And as of right now, you think that might be Paolo Banchero, but at the same time, there could be a team like Houston that just falls in love with Paolo Banchero and thinks that he has a higher ceiling or that he fits with what they're trying to build better. And so it's even possible that Chet Holmgren falls to 4. It's not likely, but it's possible. Like if OKC can't find a trade that makes sense for them at number 2, and they do value Jaden Ivey higher than they do Holmgren, then you could see them just taking the pick, because why not? I mean, are you losing a little bit of value? Sure. But if you can't find a team like the Kings that's ready to dance and let you move back 2 spots, then, make the pick of the player that you want. And so I think this thing could get interesting here in the next, 3.5 weeks.
Yeah. And in your opinion, this is just, we're talking basketball. This isn't scoop James Ham or anything. In your opinion, moving up to 2 is for Chet.
Yeah. I mean, because I don't think it would be for, like, I've had conversations around the team. They at least like 6 weeks ago ish, the buzz that I had heard was that they thought it was pretty much a top 2 tier, a 2-man draft, with Chet and Jabari, and that Paolo Banchero made it like he's a strong 3rd. And then it's kind of all over the board. But I can make the argument. I think we keep skipping over this because, number one, you like Shaedon Sharpe, so we talk about that a lot. But Jaden Ivey, no, I mean, it's one of the reasons, but I mean, we've done the same thing on the King's Beat podcast. We've kind of skipped over Jaden Ivey, and Jaden Ivey could be an exceptional NBA player. Yeah. He is so much fun to watch. Yeah. He's going to, like, again, we talked about this a little bit, I think, on Wednesday. Paolo Banchero is probably going to be the best player right out of the chute. He's probably going to be the one that scores the most and grabs the most rebounds. Jabari is probably the guy with the highest ceiling. And Chet is probably the guy with the best skill set. But Jaden Ivey is the guy that brings the most excitement. He's the guy that easily could sell the most tickets. And the Kings shouldn't base a draft pick off of that, but if he's the 4th best prospect in this draft and you're drafting at number 4 and the draft goes according to Hoyle at the top, then, like, if you make that pick, there's nothing wrong with making that pick. The only thing he does replicate some of the things that De'Aaron Fox does. He's not an elite shooter, although he did shoot like 35.8% from 3. His athleticism is so electric, like John Morant electric, and watching him go up and over players is crazy. So I'd say you have those 4 guys, and then you throw in Shaedon Sharpe, who, like, if you're looking at him, he is the biggest gamble in this year's draft. And then if you look at Keegan Murray, you probably say he's the surest bet. And so each of these players have, something about them that makes them intriguing and makes them a top 5, 6 pick. But I certainly, like, again, Jabari has the highest upside. He looks like, again, like Jaren Jackson Jr. met LaMarcus Aldridge. He's got some mid-range games, some a nice mid-range jumper. He can shoot the 3 at a high clip. I think he's a better shot blocker than he was allowed to be because he played next to Walker Kessler. And so, I think he's that guy. I think that Chet he's a unicorn. He's something we haven't seen before. Yeah. He's a mystical beast that you can't compare him to anyone.
I want to dive in a little bit more into that, into the possibility of these guys coming up. So we're going to take a break. I want to dive into that a little bit more. Plus, we can almost guarantee Giannis is never going to the Clippers or the Lakers. He told us why. And I'm going to tell you guys what he said about that. On the other side is D-Lo and KC. It's Kenny Caraway. It's James Ham. It's Sacramento's number 1 sports station, ESPN 1320. Yes, sir.
Shaedon Bagley Sharpe. I think you can say Paolo Bagley Sharpe. Like, I think that's the worry with Paolo, is that he'll be more like Bagley. And the Duke guys are always scary.
And you guys, look, Bagley's frustrating to no end. Don't get it twisted. I completely understand that. But,
however,
the biggest issue with Bagley is that he couldn't stay healthy. It wasn't skills, or at least to me, it's not skills. Is he like great, or is he on the same skill level as Luka Doncic? No, not saying that. but he's not no bum out there. Like when he plays, he's cool. Like he can hoop. He just can't never play. So when you guys say like, oh, Shaden, then what you're essentially saying is he's just never going to be healthy, and that's why it's not going to work.
I think with Marvin, it's these three things. Number one, what you talked about, he can't stay on the court. Number two, because he can't stay on the court, he never had a natural development. So typically you go from here to here to here to here. He went from here to here to here to here to here to here to here, and you never, sorry, my hand's not in the picture. He, as opposed to going from here to here, he just kept taking these steps and then steps back because, you know, it wasn't just that he missed time. It's that the longest stretch he played in his first 3 seasons was, I think it was 21 games. Mm-hmm. Like he never played more than that consecutively every time he get hurt. So it's hard to have like a straight line of improvement when you're always taking these major steps back. And then the last thing is that his dad was a problem and made problems for everyone, and you know, ends up being a bad dude really behind the scenes. He ends up being a bad dude in Sacramento, and I don't know that he's a bad dude overall, but in Sacramento, you know, you don't in January in your kid's rookie season start going on Instagram and calling Dave Yeager in the middle of a game Coach Yogurt. And just like all of it was uncalled for.
But uncalled for.
Yeah, I mean, he just like, it was one thing after another. He was just, you know, and it's something that teams should look out for now. And not just with the Bagleys, but like if you see a kid who's played for 4 different high schools, like they're always looking for something better. And you think they're going to look for something better when they get to you? Yes, they are. They're not going to be content with where they're at. That's not who he's become because of the way that he's handled things, the way he was raised to handle things. And so, yeah, it's tough about him. You know, like I feel bad for him a little bit because at a certain point he's got to stand on his own 2 feet and be his own man. But I always said in the beginning, the one who's going to pay for it is Marcus, because teams don't want to touch. And they're like, hey, we're not going to do it. You know, he has a couple of injuries at the college level, and people are like, nah, just like his brother. And you better be, if your parents are going to be like that, if your dad's going to do stuff like that, you better be elite. You know, a top 2 pick in the draft elite, which is why Marvin got away with it for as long as he did.
Yeah, I don't know if Marcus is that. Marcus is a good ball player. Marcus should be in the NBA, but you need that. He's not top.
Oh, yeah, 6'8" with a huge wingspan and a great vertical and a 3-and-D guy.
Here we come. James, what you know about that backyard boogie, oogie? What you know about that backyard boogie, James? You don't know about that?
I don't, and the best part is, I don't hear it. You hear that. I don't hear any of that. No, you're over there like, and I'm like, okay, all right. I'll bob my head with you.
James Ham filling in for Damian Barling here on D-Lo and KC on this Friday. Very nice Friday afternoon. It's not sweltering hot. It's not chilly like it was yesterday. Very nice Friday on this Memorial Day weekend. And I tease, we're going to talk about the Kings. We're going to talk about the possibility of moving up to 2 and some of the things that they got going on with that. But I told you guys before the break, it's official. We don't ever have to worry about Giannis going to the Clippers or the Lakers. It ain't happening. All right. So we don't ever have to see him in that purple and gold. It's not happening. The reason why we know that is the other day, there was a TMZ report that Giannis was in LA and he was in West Hollywood. He was watching something. I don't know what he was doing in West Hollywood, but some reporters caught up to him and he admitted that the food in LA was good, but it was expensive. And then he was quoted saying, oh, it's expensive. It's expensive. This city's not for me, end quote. So there it is. Giannis ain't never coming to the Lakers. We don't have to worry about that. and the Clippers for that matter. He
Well,
likes food. He likes his Chick-fil-A. He doesn't need Nobu. You know what I'm saying? He don't need all that. Just give him his Chick-fil-A. He's good to go.
We learned from Rudy Gay talking about OJ Mayo that I guess when you're in Milwaukee and you get injured, you get fat. I think it's the cheese. Like they just sit around and eat cheese when they're injured.
Yeah.
So Giannis hasn't had major injuries, so like clearly he hasn't gotten gained weight yet. But that's when we had OJ Mayo come through and he was on the Bucks, and all of a sudden he was thick. And of course Rudy Gay had played with him in Memphis. They're good friends. That's what Rudy said. I say, hey, what's going on with your guy OJ Mayo out there? And he's like, yeah, I guess when you're in Milwaukee and
OJ Mayo, for any shade and sharp detractors, that might be a cautionary tale. OJ Mayo was phenomenal in high school. He played at USC. He played at USC, so that's something that Shaden didn't do. But OJ Mayo, you want to talk about a bucket. You want to talk about a 3-level score. In high school, he was unstoppable, and he was a guard. It wasn't like we talk about LeBron. Like, it wasn't like he was 6'8", 225. Like, he was like a shade and sharp type guy. And the thing about Mayo actually is he was pretty good in the NBA. Like, he was never a star, but it wasn't talent in the NBA. Like, he was fine. He could do everything in high school that he wanted to do in the NBA. But mentally, he never caught on to what he was supposed to do to be a high level NBA player. And that essentially helped cost him his career, really.
Yeah, I think, if I'm not mistaken, but it's been a long time. I'll have to look it up. I could have sworn OJ Mayo scored the bucket on the Kings right before Tyreek Evans hit his three-quarter court.
Yeah.
That was a fun game to be at.
That was crazy to watch. That was crazy.
He shot that right at us, like, because we were in the upper box then at Arco. And the ball just started curving and everyone started leaning like, oh, that's got a chance. And you see Dante Green walking out on the court like while the ball's still in the air. Like, he knew it was good the whole time.
That's crazy. That's a trip. Hearing Giannis say that, like, I always think about it all the time. Like, not just talent-wise. Well, talent-wise, it'd be great too. But I always feel like Sacramento needs a Giannis. Giannis isn't really fazed by anything that the bright lights in the big cities have. Like, he's in Milwaukee, and as long as Milwaukee has a chance to win, it seems like he's cool. Like, I don't need to go to New York. I don't need to go to LA, Chicago. Like, I'm good. And I always feel like, man, Sacramento not only needs talent, they need a guy like that who is good. You think they have that in Fox and Sabonis? Guys that, like, specifically Fox. I think Sabonis is that way, but, like, is Fox like, as long as we're a good team, like, I don't really need to be where the action is, so to speak. Like, I'm cool in Sacramento.
Well, we haven't tested that theory yet.
Right.
Because he hasn't been on a good team in Sacramento. Fox has always been a guy who said he wants to be here. He likes a laid-back lifestyle. This is kind of who he likes to be. He doesn't love the heat. He actually likes the heat in Houston more than he does here, because that's where he's really raised. He was born in New Orleans, but raised in Houston. He likes the humidity. So he spends most of his summers like back in Texas. But yeah, I think if the Kings got good, if the Kings figure it out here, that he would definitely stay. Like, he's always said, like, this is where I want to be. I want to deliver what I promised I was going to deliver, because if you can do it here, it means more than anywhere else. And then from what we've seen with Sabonis is such an interesting case of an excellent player who just hasn't ever found a home. So, he was drafted by the Orlando Magic, traded to OKC on draft night, traded to Indiana, and he's performed incredibly well and at a super high level at everywhere that he's gone. But there's always a new coach, or there's always a new plan, or there's always a team that he gets there at the wrong time when they're on the way down, not on the way up. And so now I think he wants to be in Sacramento. He would like this to be the spot where he ends up being. And so, yeah, I mean, you got to put a winning team around him, and then you're going to have to pay the man. That's going to be two crucial pieces here. But at the end of the day, if you find a guy who wants to be in Sacramento, especially, again, his wife is from Southern California, so he has ties here. It's a quick hour plane ride to get home. And, so I think that's good. And it's also, he just had his first child. Sacramento's a great place to raise a family, and you can feel that as soon as you get here. NBA players, when they're young, Sacramento's not that interesting to them, but when they hit the 25 to 28 years old, all of a sudden the world slows down, their life slows down a little bit for them. They find that Sacramento's a great place to be.
Yeah, absolutely. This reminds me, I was going to say something else, but did you see the Kings, that video they put out yesterday about Sabonis at the lottery? It's like behind the scenes. It's very well done. Like, it was fine. But my problem was, they need to talk to me before they put these things out, right? Because they put it out at like 6:30, 7 o'clock, at least from what I saw. Right in the middle of the Golden State Warriors putting another stamp on an NBA Finals appearance. And you're going to put out, check out Sabonis at the lottery. Why? Why would you put that there? Why couldn't that wait till 8 o'clock on Friday morning? All right, we sit up here scrolling Twitter, and Steph is so great. Clay is amazing. Man, it's amazing what these guys are doing. Generational. Everything's good. I'm scrolling and all these tweets, and all of a sudden, check out Sabonis at the lottery. Don't stop it. Just talk to me before you put these things out. Timing is everything. Because it was a great video. It was well done. It was cool to see. Don't put that out at 6:30 in the middle of the Warriors going to the NBA Finals. Please don't.
Yeah, I'll say this as media, like a lot of times I'll share their stuff because, number one, I know the guys that do the work behind the scenes and they do good work. And
they do a great job.
I don't want to take anything away from them. But at the same time, like, we're in this mode where they've cut off media from most information. Like, we don't even know who exactly was in town on Monday and Tuesday for workouts. And then they went and did their, on Thursday, Friday, and today they're down in Southern California. We saw, Monty McNair at Ben Matherin's workout.
Alvin
down
too, right? Yeah, I think
I'm not sure. I didn't look at it too closely. Yeah. But down in, it's in Santa Barbara. So yeah, there's a lot to, kind of take in. But like, I just don't know. I find it difficult to promote like some of their work when they're not giving us the access that we deserve. So
see, and all I'm saying is they just need to talk to me. I have tweets or Instagram photos that I'm, if I come up with this at 12:30 in the morning, I mean, like, let me wait till I wake up. It's gonna get more traction, at a different time. It's a better look.
You're mapping out your retweets.
Yeah, they just send them out anytime. Warriors going to the sixth finals. Put this out here. No, just wait. Just wait. Just wait until the coast is clear. I don't have to scroll and look at everybody loving the Warriors and then see the Kings in the lottery. Timing is everything, James. Timing is everything.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, we have had the, they announced their new head coach. Well, they didn't announce it. They confirmed their new head coach like on 4 o'clock on Mother's Day. Like, come on. Like, I mean, I know it's going to get out, but maybe you wait until the next day. Like, maybe you let it run the news cycle on Monday where it's a big news story. I don't know. I just think that, you lose the value in it, like we have the 5 o'clock Friday evening news dumps that they're notorious for.
It's inconsequential. I'm really having a lot of fun with it. It doesn't matter that much. It just, I just look at it, and it's little things like that. Like it doesn't take much to know when to drop your news and all this other stuff. Hell, they did it the right way when they announced Anjali. They knew exactly what they were doing there. Announce that right before you move up in the lottery.
They got lucky. If they moved down, allegedly, yeah. What if they would have moved down? What if they would have fallen to 8, and then all of a sudden, it would have been her fault?
Yeah, well, some people would say they knew what time it was. They knew what time it was. The cynic and the tinfoil hat guy in me says, well, they knew what time it was. That was the perfect time to announce that Anjali was going to be there.
Yep. No, I mean, it's possible. It's possible that like Vivek did a like he was practicing TikTok videos in the middle of like the convention center where that whole thing where the draft lottery was taking place. So everyone was drawn in, and they sent Anjali like through a vent, and she changed the draft order. She froze the ping pong balls for the Kings.
There we go.
It's possible we had some distraction thing going on here, and that's how this happened.
It's all about teamwork, man. So, but thanks to @Nani, thanks to Domantas Sabonis for going to the lottery and bringing us back the number 4 pick. So big ups to them. And one day, James, we'll have videos put out by this excellent media group that the Kings have, and it'll be about them winning the Western Conference Finals. One day.
Okay.
I can hope. One of these days.
Well, I can hope. This is 12 years I've covered this team, and again, I don't know what my win percentage. I should probably figure that out. I'm gonna guess it's like 37.4% or something. 0.374. It's not good. Yeah.
Let's at least get James to 500. Can we do that? Can we make that happen?
That would take years to get me back to 500. I don't even know if that's possible. Like I could write out a whole entire playoff streak and not make it back to 500. Like 8 years of playoffs still won't make up. Yeah.
We'll get you there one of these days. An interesting story before we get back into the Jesse. Well, real quick, Jesse says, "What season did you start him?" He's going to try to figure out what it would take to get to 500.
2010, 2011 was my first season covering the team full time.
Okay,
yeah, that's the season. Like I've missed 3 home games total since then.
Wow.
And one of them came this year where I was at the Final Four. One of them I was at the Board of Governors meeting in New York City where they're deciding the fate, and one I was at the Sloan Analytics Conference.
We're going to figure out what we got to do. We got to do to get you to 500, and then we're going to send that to Monty and the Kings, and like this is the goal. All right, this is the goal. Get James to 500 by this time. That's the plan.
Yeah, give me that number because I'll make a shirt out of it. Just like
Jesse's great at this stuff. He's going to have the number for you to get you to 500. What we need to get James to 500.
I'm going to guess. I'm just going to stab in the dark. 0.374. That's my win percentage.
0.374. Okay. All right. We'll get you there. And I do want to talk about the Kings, but there was an interesting story in the NBA yesterday as Adrian Woj. I'm struggling with the braces and Woj's name, just Woj. He tweeted out that ESPN draft analyst Mike Schmitz is finalizing a deal to become an assistant GM with the Portland Trailblazers. Sources told ESPN Schmitz will play a significant role with new GM Joe Cronin in leading the Blazers' domestic and international scouting departments. I gotta say, it seems pretty cool. That's a pretty cool story considering, like, I don't want to minimize like what he did, but Schmitz was like how we talk about these Twitter GMs, right? He was that. He was just a guy that loved the game, followed the sport, and followed it, at home, like a lot of different people did. And he kept working and kept doing different stuff. And lo and behold, he's been able to turn that into an NBA job, man. That journey's crazy. That's pretty cool, man. That's really cool.
Yeah, I've known Mike for a long time, and I am so incredibly happy for him. He started out at a Suns blog, working his way up and writing for one of the blogs in Phoenix. But where Mike really got his start is he became the guy who made all of the videos on Draft Express for years and years. So everyone waited and waited and waited to see these breakdowns on Draft Express, and it was all Mike. You know, and he's worked so hard over the last, I'd say, like 5 or 6 years. He like kept taking steps up along the rungs, but he started becoming like an international scout. So he's been scouting overseas. Well, I'd even say international and domestic. I mean, that guy has been in every gym in the world, and he's seen players, and he sat down and he's interviewed. The best thing that I think, like how he made himself so unique, and I've said this, I said it on the show earlier in the week before we knew this was happening, that the two best are Sam Vecini from The Athletic and Mike Schmitz. There's no one even close, and Schmitz is on the ground. He is on the ground all the time, and what I think separated him was he took the video thing that he was doing, which was brilliant, you know, the way that he started breaking down prospects. Then he started going out and breaking down video and film with the actual prospects. And so he asked players like, what are you doing right here? Why did you do this? And the player would say, well, I was reading and reacting, or I made a mistake right there. Either way, what he was able to do is he was able to show how, like, he is like the guy. He is the guy to break down these things with him. He's got the film knowledge. He's got the connections. He's got the relationships. He's got the ability to interview people. And overall, he's just a really good guy. So I sat with him during the NCAA at Golden One a couple of years ago with Lonzo Ball and UCLA. But like, I sat with him the whole time. He's such a good dude. And this is just like a brilliant step for him. I'm super excited for him. And, you know, he's going to get my guy Rasan up there too.
Yeah, for sure.
So,
shout out to Rasan,
yeah, Rasan Gathers is up there in Portland as the new VP of basketball communications.
Wow, that's really dope. Is this similar to what happened with John Hollinger? What was his? Was he the GM or was he assistant GM? I think it was in Memphis, right?
Yeah, I think he was an assistant GM. You know, I think it's a little bit similar, except for Hollinger is an analytics genius. You know, that's what Hollinger always has been. He's one of those cutting edge guys. He, you know, when you look at PER, player efficiency rating, that entire system is based off of John Hollinger. I mean, that's his system that he put in place when he was a member of ESPN years ago. So yeah, he worked his way up through. It's a little bit different in that, like, he didn't do direct scouting and stuff like that. I think that's what makes Mike different. It's he's a guy who's actually, you know, sat here and worked with prospects, and he knows who everyone is coming up, who everyone is over the last 10 years. But he's actually been there on the ground doing scouting, like very specific scouting. And Hollinger was more of, again, an analytics guy. And Hollinger's back in the writing game now, and he's a brilliant writer. But, you know, it's just a little different. It's, you know, I don't know that there's ever been a clear path like this. There used to be, there's a really, really smart guy named Sebastian Prudy, who used to do basketball breakdowns in a way that was where he would literally chart out like player movement and all of these things. And he actually went into a front office as well. And so, yeah, when I first started blogging, there was a bunch of, like, it's revolutionary. Like what's happened with some of the guys now that I started with, and, you know, where they've gone and where, you know, I've been able to get, and, you know, so many of these guys have gone on to like very, very strong careers. I just never wanted to move at all. This is my hometown. I had no interest in going anywhere else. So that's why I stayed in Sacramento. But you
were offered to leave?
I didn't go pursue anything.
Oh, okay.
No, I mean, I been offered to write for other people? Yes. I mean, I was, you know, even like NBA.com, I was a stringer for NBA.com for like 3 years. Yeah, but there are other things that I could have done and I could have chased, but I never really felt like, well, I mean, let's be honest, this is a hard business. It doesn't pay really well, and my wife always makes more money than me, and so this is home for us and where we're staying.
Don't ever leave us, James. Don't ever leave us. All right. We'll get you to 500. Don't worry. Just don't ever leave us. It was such a good story to see that from Mike Schmitz, and it got me to thinking, man, I don't think people realize how hard it is to be a GM and how fortunate you have to be. And it's more than just, in my opinion, just knowing the game or knowing players. It's a combination of all this things. You got to know the game. You have to know the cap. You got to know people. You know what I mean? You got to know how to massage the egos of the people that are up higher than you, your bosses and things of that nature, and massage in relationships, man. And it's so much more than the trade machine, right? Like you're dealing with real people, or it's not 2K. You know what I'm saying? Where you can just move a guy here or whatever. Like there's deals that you make or evaluations that you make that you have to make a decision on, yay or nay. And when you make that decision, you're thinking about 3 or 4 years down the road, not with that player, but with that agent's player. You're like, he's got a guy coming up in 2 years that I might want. So if I, scratch his back right here and give this guy a payday, he'll remember that in the future. Little stuff like that people don't even think about all the time.
Yeah, I remember there was a point where there was an agent who would not let his players come and work out for Sacramento and made it very clear he did not want them to be drafted by the Kings. And I went back and I looked and I'm like, who did he ever have that he had an issue with the Kings? And the fact is, I could only find one player one time that like got traded to the Kings but was injured and they bought him out and they let him go. And I still wonder like what it is that the Kings did to this one specific agent. But a lot of these guys, they don't forget. And it's not, they don't even care that you're on your 5th GM since then. They just care that you did it then, that the Kings did it then. And so, I think, I've always been intrigued by it. I would have, like when I was younger, I would have loved to have gone into a front office because, I love the game in a different way. Like I look at the game in a different way than a lot of people. And, I do look at it, that building an NBA team is like, it's like putting together a really good recipe. Like you need to put things in that work together, that complement each other, that bring things out, flavors of other things. And, it's not just about spending a bunch of money. It's about finding diamonds in the rough, but the right style of guys. You can't just have a bunch of nice guys. You got to have some fire in there. There's got to be some heat that you throw in. I've always really loved that side of it. I love the cap side of it. These are things that, like, I think it's pretty cool. And it wasn't Jason Terry, just so Bobby Hill asked that, or Marquise Daniels. It wasn't. There's more, just so you know. But yeah, go ahead.
Maybe James will tell us during the break. You got to tune into the stream and the Twitch and the YouTube and see if James actually lets us know who it is. We come back though. We're going to talk a little bit more basketball, maybe a little baseball too. Giants are in Cincinnati, and Trysta Krick from BetMGM. She's going to join us, and we're going to talk. We always have fun with Trysta. We don't know what we're talking about, but we're going to have a good time with it. It's James Ham. It's Kenny Caraway. It's D-Lo and KC here on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320. Yes, sir. Marquise Daniels. I forgot he was.
Yeah, they traded for him to get to the salary floor in like 2010 or 2011. That was in Maloof's where they ran the lowest payroll and they were below the salary floor, which at that point you weren't allowed to be below the salary floor. So now it's so the salary cap this year, I think it's 122 million, 119 million. I'd have to look it up. Normally I do know, but you have to be within 10% of that now. Well, that rule was never in place before. So let's just say the salary cap's at 100 million. You've got to spend up to 90 million. And if you don't, if you say you spend 80, you have to take that 10 million and redistribute it to your players that are already under contract. Yes, Bobby Hill, it was Larry Hughes. Larry Hughes was the player, but again, there was never an issue like with Larry Hughes. So
it was just his agent came in like Nah, that's how we're doing it.
Well, years later, his agent didn't want the Kings to draft players. Years later, and refused to have them work out. And I'll even like, if you look at Larry Hughes on Basketball Reference, Larry Hughes is, if I'm not mistaken, Jason Tatum's godfather.
Yeah, they got the St. Louis ties. That's right.
Yeah, that's Jason Tatum. His godfather's Larry Hughes. So yeah, it's just interesting the way that these things go, and some agents don't forget. Even like in the when the Kings traded Kevin Martin for, well, they get Carl Landry and some other stuff. When they traded him to Houston, that goes back to the Larry Hughes trade. Okay, so they ended up getting Larry Hughes in that deal, but the original deal was that Tracy McGrady was going to Sacramento. And Tracy McGrady's agent called up and said, hey, Tracy McGrady's not going to Sacramento. He's going to New York. And Petry's like, well, like, we're making this trade. He said, no, if you do that deal, and it will come back and get you on that. Trust me. And so that's where Tracy McGrady went to the Knicks, and Larry Hughes came to Sacramento. And then, of course, Larry Hughes gets bought out right afterwards. T-Mac, but a broken down T-Mac. It was a broken down T-Mac at that point.
Yeah, Nick's T-Mac was not T-Mac. That was Tracy.
Yeah, that's just like, I don't even think you call him Mac at that point. Like, yeah, it's just T.
Now look, I gave you guys a cautionary tale with OJ Mayo. Give you a successful tale with Tracy McGrady and what he did in Mount Zion. But Tracy McGrady actually had a situation like Shaedon Sharpe, where he essentially came out of nowhere. Like, nobody knew who Tracy was. Then he had the ABCD camp, and all of a sudden he was like one of the top 5 players in the country. So that's the flip side. Could happen that way. Funny story. I think I mentioned this here before, but hey man, I'm not always right. I can make a mistake. I don't have that on my board, but I wanted Larry Hughes really bad in the draft out of St. Louis. I was like, Kings, they got a chance to get Larry Hughes. Gotta get him. And when they took this little point guard out of Florida, I said, who the hell is this? We could have had Larry Hughes, and you passed on him for some little point guard out of Florida that I've never heard of. I was upset. Larry Hughes went the very next pick to the Sixers, I believe. And the point guard was Jason Williams, of course. I said, why did you pick this? I'm done with the Kings. I'm done with them. You had a chance to get Larry Hughes, and you took this guy?
And then that guy, I went to Fan Fest that year, and it was like, holy cow, what in the world is this guy? Like, as soon as you saw him, it was like, I mean, so electric from the moment he got there.
Special. I changed everything that I thought after, because I don't think I saw him until the first game of the season. Oh, here we go. D'Lo and KC, Kenny Caraway here. James Ham filling in for vacationing Damian Barling. I hope he's enjoying himself. Once again, always champagning and campaigning on your vacation. Have a good time. You got to watch the whole show like we always talk about. We're on YouTube. We're on Twitch, ESPN 1320 on both of those. We're even on Facebook. And we were just going down memory lane about how I said in the 99 draft, maybe it was the 98 draft.
98.
I was 15, 14 years old, something like that. Yeah, my birthday's in July, so I was still 14. I wanted passionately Larry Hughes to come to the Kings. I said, I want Larry Hughes. Petry, go get Larry Hughes. He's there. He's next. All right. And then the pick comes in, and they draft some little point guard. They got kicked off the team in Florida. And I said, I'm done with the Kings. What are they doing? Larry Hughes is right there. Larry Hughes ended up going the very next pick to Philadelphia. And I said, These guys are out of their mind. I'm so sick of the Kings always doing this. When you go get this little point guard out of Florida, he just got kicked off his team for marijuana. Like, what's really going on? And then I saw opening night in San Antonio. I said, oh, I take everything back that I said. Obviously, the point guard out of Florida was Jason Williams. And you talked about how you saw him at FanFest. I didn't go to FanFest. I didn't see him. I think the first time I saw him was that opening night in San Antonio. I want to say he had like 22 points, 7 assists or something like that. And I said, yo, who is this? This dude's nice.
You know, that draft is crazy. It's a 1998 draft. So Olo Condi is number 1, followed by Mike Bibby, followed by Rafe LaFrentz. Then you have Antoine Jameson and Vince Carter go 4 and 5, but they're swapped for each other on draft night.
Yeah.
And of course, Vince Carter and Tracy McGrady are cousins.
Yeah.
The number 6 pick is the late great Robert Tractor Trailer, who passed away probably a decade ago, right?
Yeah, it's been a while, man.
Trailer. Then you got Jason Williams at number 7, Larry Hughes number 8, and then Dirk and Paul Pierce. Yeah, and Dirk was swapped for Robert Tractor Trailer. They actually got a bunch of stuff in that swap to get Dirk. Yeah, that was an interesting draft. That, you know, a lot of players who actually made it, who are actually, you know, solid players. But then, of course, you know, the Candyman, Rafe LaFrentz, who notoriously bricked the layup on the fast break during, I think it was a rookie game, right?
Yeah, rookie game in Oakland, yeah.
Yeah, Jason Williams did the behind the back elbow pass to Rafe LaFrentz, who bobbled it and didn't get, I don't think he finished the dunk.
No, he got fouled by somebody. He actually got fouled. That's what happened. I think that was the first ever rookie-sophomore game because it was just rookies before, but because of the lockout, that 98 team, they didn't get a rookie game. So in 2000, they put the rookies versus sophomores. And that's how Jason Williams and all those guys played.
Yeah, that's crazy. That was the 66 game season that the Kings became the Kings.
Yeah.
So yeah. And then Jason Williams got abused by John Stockton. Absolutely abused.
Damn. They should have won that series though. Weren't they? I think they were up late in game 4, like under a minute to go in game 4, up 2-1. That was best of 5 at that point. And
I think Lottie missed like 3 tip-ins.
Yeah, well, I know John Stockton hit like a back-breaking mid-range jump shot to give the Jazz the win with like 20 seconds to go. But then in game 5, Lottie had a post-up in regulation to win it and missed the little baby jump hook. Else they would have won. It was 8 versus 1 that year too, I think. Yeah, they would have been an 8 versus 1
upset.
Yeah, upset.
Okay.
In that situation.
Yeah, I went to a lot of those games. Yeah.
Yeah.
Stockton wasn't a low-key dirty player. He was just smarter than everyone else. And whatever happened there now, he used all of his smarts on the basketball court.
Exactly. He lost all his smarts at this point.
Yeah.
We ain't gonna go down the road.
Oh, nope. Nope.
Goodness gracious. Real quick, James, you don't watch boxing, huh?
I mean, I did when I was young.
Yeah.
My first bet I ever made, I bet my uncle $10 that Larry Holmes would beat Jerry Cooney.
Oh my.
Yeah, actually, I have. To spite my uncle, I won $10, and I was very young. But to spite my uncle, and every time he comes over, I show it to him. I have the Sports Illustrated hanging on my wall here in the Ham Sports Bar.
Oh man, that's some good stuff right there. Larry Holmes and Jerry Cooney won $10 off of that. I say that to say, I must make a statement. We don't really do 13th round on the air, but we got time today because Damien's not here. The closest thing to Mike Tyson is fighting on Saturday. Closest thing that this generation has to Mike Tyson, Gervonta Tank Davis, fighting this Saturday against Rolly Romero. He's not Mike. I'm not saying that. I'm saying this generation, like the Jessies, they don't really understand the phenomenon that was Mike Tyson and what watching a Mike Tyson fight was like, as far as the suddenness, the explosiveness, the knockouts, all this other stuff. Tank Davis is the closest thing that this generation has to Mike Tyson.
That's interesting. I was watching, someone put up a YouTube clip the other day of the Arsenio Hall show, and Arsenio had
when he had all the champions.
He had Tyson, he had Muhammad Ali, and he had
was it Larry or no, Joe Frazier? Yeah, Joe Frazier.
No, it was
Foreman.
No. Leonard.
Oh yeah, Sugar Ray on there?
Yeah.
I thought all the heavyweights, but I guess okay.
Yeah, I think that's who it was in the middle. Yeah, it was Sugar Ray. Yeah. So but Mike Tyson telling the story about how when he was a kid at like a youth center.
Robinson. Oh man, that's even crazier. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. Anyway, so Mike Tyson told the story about how he was at like a youth center as a very young, like a 10-year-old or a 12-year-old, and Muhammad Ali came there just to give a talk, and just how it changed his entire life. How seeing somebody, how he carried himself, how he had made it, how much money he had, and like changed his focus on everything, which, again, Mike Tyson. But I mean, if you have the definitive boxing video game named after you, Mike Tyson's Punch Out.
Yeah, that's for sure. That's for sure. But yeah, man, I ain't gonna tell nobody to buy it because it's on pay-per-view. That's asking a lot. But keep it. Remember me on Saturday night when you see this knockout that's just going viral and it's all over the place on your Twitter. Be like, that's the guy that Kenny was telling me about, Gervonta Tank Davis, this Saturday. James, we got numbers in. We got numbers. We have figured out what needs that. Well, first of all, we figured out what your record is as a Kings reporter, and we figured out what you need to do to get you to 500. So your current record, we got Trysta Krick coming in just a few moments from BetMGM. And matter of fact, Trista's there right now. Do you want to bring Trysta in now and wait for your numbers?
Yes.
I'll do that. We'll wait for the numbers, but we have it all. We got everything that we need for James right now. And before we bring Trysta in, just remember, you're listening to ESPN 1320, KIFM West Sacramento, KRXQ HD2 Sacramento, and Odyssey Station, and driven by Lasher's Elk Grove Dodge. Kenny Caraway, James Ham filling in for Damian Barling, who is on vacation early. And now from BetMGM here on the Odyssey app and WFAN in New York City on the weekends, we got our girl Trysta Krick in the building. Trysta, what's going on?
Oh, man. I saw my man Jay Ham was here today. I was very excited because, I always like to pick your brain about the draft. We talked last time about Keegan Murray. Feels like that might be in play. Can't wait to ask you about it, what your ears to the street have to say. So
go ahead, Trysta. The floor is yours. What you want to know?
Mr. Ham, worst case scenario for the Kings in your mind in terms of who they end up picking. Best case scenario, most likely scenario. So 3.
Okay, best case scenario is that Jaden Ivey moves up to number 2. Houston can't get off of Paolo Banchero, and Chet Holmgren falls to number 4. I think
so a different universe.
Yeah, but I mean, still, I think there's possibility that Jaden Ivey moves up. I would say most likely is if they stay at 4, that you just can't pass up on Ivey. And then I think worst case scenario is that they make some rash move just to try to win now, which again, not to bash Keegan Murray, but to me, he's just,
know where it's going.
It's just too safe. It's too safe at number 4. The upside, like we could argue about the upside, but I don't see the upside at number 4. If you're number 7, then I'm okay. If you're number 10, that's fine. But at number 4, you got to reach for the stars, and so that just makes it a little more difficult.
Any possibility that there's any trades up or down?
Oh yeah, I would almost assuredly bet that there's rumor that the Kings could move up to 2, but I would say that right now, if I'm a betting man, if I were betting myself, I would bet that the Kings either completely trade out or trade down substantially from number 4, and they do not make the pick.
And see, that's
Yeah.
that's the scenario that, unless they're getting an all-star back, I don't like. All right. Unless you give me an all-star back, I need you to make that pick on draft day. Okay. We're number 4. Just do what you got to do. Trysta, I've heard rumors about Portland being involved and Portland trying to move up into the top 4 or 5. And I mean, come on, let's make a deal. I'm the general manager here. What can you give me to entice me to move out of 4 and move back to 7? Well, let's talk.
What do you even have that we want?
You want 4.
What do we even have that you want?
I don't know.
Like,
Yeah.
you're not going to pick up Anthony Simons. You don't want that. That with De'Aaron Fox is like very problematic in my opinion. Nurk feels like doesn't make sense because he's with Sabonis. You guys know he's pretty soft around the rim. He doesn't like to dunk. He does the whole Euro finger roll thing. Coupled with Sabonis, who also does that same type of thing, both kind of allergic to defense, on top of De'Aaron not being really interested in defense. I'm not sure that a trade is possible unless, like, we gave you Nasir Little.
Yeah, no, that's not.
And like, I love Nasir Little. I actually wouldn't want to part with him for those spots. If I'm Portland, also, guys, real side road thoughts on the Mike Schmitz move. And my mind's like, he's staying on at ESPN through the entirety of this draft. So he's also still kind of like going to be back channeling with Portland. So are we to believe that his article is going to be wrong in terms of who he likes? Like, because you don't want to telegraph who Portland likes,
right,
and then have the game behind the game be altered, right? Like, what are you guys' immediate thoughts on that?
Well, good for him was my initial thought. That's cool. But like somebody else mentioned it too, like, because they had, and then in the chat, they were talking about how right now he's got Keegan Murray going to the Kings at 4. And they joked, they're like, look at him working already, trying to throw off the scent. He really wants Shaden Sharp. He's trying to throw everybody off the scent in mocking Keegan going to the Kings. But it's an interesting dynamic, and it makes you wonder. I mean, I guess it's not a big deal, but like, why do this before the draft? Like, why announce it before the deal could have been in place, and you could have just went on about draft season and then announced it? But why announce it 3.5 weeks before the draft?
And to me, it also says, well, then what does that actually mean? Does that mean that Portland's going to fully more rebuild and retool? If you've got a draft analyst, do you feel like basically our guy, Joe Cronin, who I love, I've known him since he was just the main capologist for Portland. Like, are you saying that his main job is just the cap and figuring that stuff out, and you're going to hire people who are more knowledgeable about drafting? I saw someone in the comments was like, Schmitz has gotten 1 draft pick right in his life, and he gets a front office position. Like, I didn't say that. I did not say that.
That's
so
cool.
but someone else in the chat said that. It's just fascinating because, you know, you've got the situation with Dame and then a lot of guards that are available at that 7 spot. I don't know if there's anyone that I want at 4. I would want someone at 3, right? I want Paolo. I've been very clear about Paolo since the last time Mr. was on the phone when we were at BetMGM, right? When my background was much better.
That was phenomenal, by the way.
Thank you. I found a new hair curling technique. So another story for another day. When you grow up playing basketball, these are not things you're thinking of.
Oh, it's clearly it's not things that
I had rows. I had like slick back, like the whole thing. So
ponytail, lots of ponytails. Yeah, I'll tell you this. Like, I've known Mike forever. You know, because I came up in like the true hoop world, and you know, so I've spent plenty of time with him. He's been on my podcast many times talking draft. And then what I've seen from him over the last, 5 or 6 years, how he's turned himself into not just like an expert, but the definitive expert on the NBA draft. To me, it's just remarkable. He was always the film guy. He's a really good guy. He knows. He's been to every gym in the world, and he's scouted every guy, and he sat down with them. He's worked through play sets and everything else. I think he's going to bring a wealth of knowledge to that, and he's very young. He's going to bring a wealth of knowledge to that team, because he just knows. He's sat down. He's been in a gym with every one of these players for the last, 6, 7, 8 years. But, I think that even when we look at this year's draft, he will do his analyst stuff in studio, but he's already handed off all of that mock draft stuff. I mean, Gavoni still does a lot of the mock draft stuff and all that. So I wouldn't worry about like where they're putting guys and all that. I really do believe that it's going to come down to, him being just another voice in the room that can add an expertise that you really can't find anywhere else. I mean, there is no one who does what he does in the basketball world right now.
Yeah.
And fit is so important, right? And on top of that, all of the, not to say that everyone has character stuff or that's like something always looming in the background, but you want to make sure that you're not stepping on any landmines or any injury landmines, like with Greg Oden or, the list. There's a litany of Portland stuff that has gone on.
Sam
right?
Bowie.
Yes, Sam Bowie, all that. And so you wonder, okay, like what does that mean for our franchise moving forward? I'm super excited considering that Neil Olshey was such a steak and potatoes 1995 mentality of basketball in terms of building a roster, who got very lucky with some of the picks that he made, and also had drafts like 2016 where it was, if Schmitz was there, none of those picks would have been made. You're not trading with the Kings to get Zach Collins. No shot. Right? Like that's
forgot about that one.
Yeah, that's crazy. I remember Zach Collins. Yeah, people were on.
Yeah, three first-round picks, guys. Three. The only year we had any first-round picks, really. And they turned into Zach Collins and Biggie. What was that kid's name? He was from Purdue.
Swanigan?
Caleb Swanigan. Former Sacramento Kings legend, Caleb Swanigan.
So we traded you guys for Giles.
No, Scal, LeBessiere.
Scal, yes, Scal.
Yeah.
So a lot of history here, and none of it seems to ever work out.
We are poverty franchises. Also, the situation with Jody Allen looming as well. She needs to get that stuff worked out. That's the fantasy.
Do you think she's going to sell?
She has to. That's like Paul Allen. It's in his will. She has 18 months for this to be done. She has to liquidate every single one of his assets, period. And he's got assets all over the world, businesses, estates, wineries, software companies. Like, I think that maybe Brian Windhorst had an episode maybe like 7-8 months ago where he talked about all these different businesses that she has to figure out how to liquidate and figure out where the money goes while currently owning, Portland.
Wow.
Is this like a Brewster's Million thing? She's got to liquidate it all in order to get like $2 billion, but if she doesn't, she gets nothing. That would be fun.
I think he's donating it all to charity. Yeah. So I don't know what she gets out of it except for like the headache of it all. But who do you guys think that we'll take at 7? Do you think we'll trade? Do you think we'll trade that pick for like a Jeremy Grant? What do you guys think?
Well, in my mock draft, Casey's mock draft 1.0, is out there on the Twitterverse. I got you guys taking AJ Griffin. AJ Griffin.
Did not hate that.
Duke. I'm a little concerned about his injury history this early in his playing career, but I like him, man. He's a great shooter, good size. He's somebody that isn't a great defender right now, but maybe with the proper coaching and the right system, he could even be a 3-and-D type guy, man. So I think that'd be a good pick for the Blazers.
I heard his upside's like, I'm not saying it is, but I've heard his upside's like a Jaylen Brown or a Jimmy Butler. That's what somebody has said, just in terms of like if he can defend and also be able to put the ball on the floor a little bit more. Jaylen Brown's having trouble putting the ball on the floor right now, but I would like that just because of his length and ability to shoot and stretch the floor. You need guys that are long and can play and defend multiple positions. His dad played in the NBA and was a good defender as well. I want Benedict Mathurin. That's who I want. 6'6". I think he's still got room to grow. Could turn into like an Ant Edwards sort of like hybrid player.
Yeah.
I like him too. Yeah, I like Mathurin. I loved watching him in the tournament. I thought he backpacked his team and was just phenomenal a couple of games. And he's young. I mean, he's going to take a little while to grow into it, but he's got a big-time personality. He's so incredibly strong for his position, and I think Portland will trade out. I do. I think that they're going to try to get, like what you said, a Jeremy Grant or something like that. But I also think that if they stay there, I mean, if I were choosing between Griffin and Mathurin, I would take Mathurin as well. Griffin, he has like crazy athleticism, but he doesn't know how to use it at all. So I think the Jaylen Brown comp is okay on like paper, but in reality, he plays below the rim. He plays a lot like Tyreek Evans below the rim without the handles. And so he's a great shooter. He's got a lot of work to do as a defender. And he moves really well without the ball. But there's still something there that I'm just not completely sold as high as I am on Mathurin.
Yeah.
But before we let you get out of here, Trysta, with all due respect to Miami, it's done. It's finished. The NBA Finals is and needs to be Warriors Celtics. I know you're rooting for the Celtics in that situation, but
what brings you that perspective?
Just the gut feeling. That's just the gut feeling. But and you're not alone, by the way. But
did you see that tweet where some blue check mark said they switched out Kevin Durant for Wiggins and got back to the finals easily? Sir, baby, don't do that, baby. Don't do that. Don't act like Harrison Barnes and Kevin Durant and Wiggins are like just interchange. Come on, baby. Don't do that.
Do you think the Celtics have what it takes to knock down the Warriors in the finals?
No.
Really? I think they do. I would pick them to win the finals.
I've got them coming out of the East. I bought that. I bet that at plus 600. So that was probably like February, right after they started, increasing their ability to pass the ball and defend at a high level. So I jumped on that. Didn't take them to win it all. I have no money right now on Golden State. We talked about this, but I tell you what's been awesome. Absolutely seething over Golden State's success. Wow. Consistently betting them to just cover the spread and winning money. And at least that's like a little bit of an assuage of the wounds, right? I'm just going to continue to bet them until Steph retires. I'm all in. I'm betting Steph Curry MVP futures now, win total futures. I'm betting Warriors to go win the West every year. Like literally, as soon as I can get them, I'm taking them, because ultimately, if that's what it takes to be wrong, I basically faded myself. What it is. I said last night, and I was 100% trolling. I was like, you know what? Dallas is done. Dallas is cooked. The Warriors are a dynastic situation. Clay and Steph, they were hurt. So these 2 years were like the Thanos blip where the pandemic killed us all anyway, put us indoors. Why not? Why not the Warriors for the next decade? And nobody's ever come back 3-0 before, and certainly not Golden State to do something that historical on that bad side. Absolutely not. Hoping I could mush it. Hoping, just wishing.
You tried.
It turns out I'm an oracle. I just pretend. If I try to mush them by being an oracle, I'll still end up being right if they do exactly the opposite of what I want them to do.
And that's why you should always just listen to Trysta. Trysta, we always love talking to you, man. Damien will be back next week. You know what I'm saying? Ham will be back in here soon enough, so we can all reconvene, talk about the draft, and talk about the Celtics beating the Warriors in the NBA Finals. We can talk about all that soon.
Awesome. Good stuff. I saw you guys had Dickinson on as well. That's my guy.
Yes, indeed. So,
little JD.
Start Friday, man. It's always highlighted by you, man. We appreciate you, Trysta.
Love you guys. Talk to you guys soon.
All right. Trysta Krick, BetMGM. Me and James, we're going to come back, and we got Kyle Madson on the other side. So we'll talk more Warriors. Yay. Right here on Sacramento's number one station for sports, ESPN 1320. You can get up if you need to, James.
I'm going to grab an iced tea really quick.
Yeah, go handle that.
Yeah, I'll be back in 2 seconds.
Yep.
Oh.
No 13th round because we already got the preview up. But Dr. David, I did see that. That was hilarious. It was dangerous. Huh? Yeah. I got it. I meant to post it before the show, but I'm going to post it after the show. That was dangerous. He probably shouldn't have done that, but just like a little badass kid, pushing him off the stage. Dude, Rolly, I said it this morning. If Rolly was a little better fighter, he'd be a star. I don't think he's that good. But all he needs is one lucky punch to knock out Tank, and yeah, he might be that star. Right. Yeah, man. Like he may have created a lane for himself. And he's not a bad fighter. Like he's cool. I don't think he's on that level with like Haney, Tank, and I don't even think I think Ryan might knock him out. But I'd love to see him and Ryan because have you seen that video of, I think Ryan was like 16 or 17, but he sparred with Rolly, and Rolly was just roughing him up, just throwing him around and everything. I'd love to see them fight again. That would be dope. But like that's his bag now. Like he can sell a fight. Like I agree with you, Jesse. He's gonna at least get an opportunity to fight a couple of these big guys just because he can sell a fight.
BV50 asked, James, are there mock drafts for second round? I never do mocks of second round because it's like a crapshoot. The first round's a crapshoot as it is, but there are probably 10 players that could move into the first round that are like early second round picks. And that means that there are 10 players from the back end of the first round that can move into the second round. So normally when I do multiple versions, I have like a buffer of 10 guys that I kind of move up and move down and move around. But you can look at, again, some of the big draft boards, they do have second rounds. It's a little difficult to pick out, especially when you get to like, the Kings drafting, what was his name? Vanya.
What's going on with him?
I don't think he even plays back. I think he drives Uber.
Oh my God.
And Serbia. No, I don't know. Yeah, those guys very rarely work out.
Wow. That's funny. I just remember like, oh yeah, they drafted this year. That was Justin James, him and Kyle Guy, right?
Yeah, none of that worked out.
Kyle Guy in Sacramento, working out with Gus Armstead.
Oh, he is right now?
Yeah, he was. I think he was in here at least a day or two ago. I saw a clip.
Okay. He's a really good dude.
And like, I think he can play. Like I think he's like really skilled at basketball. He just doesn't have a position. Like he's supposed to be a point guard, but he's not a point guard.
I think it's more like it's a little bit of, the Jimmer stuff. Like he's just not quite athletic enough. Like I still think he's a great shooter, but you got it. I mean, these dudes are so long and athletic. I mean, again, I've stood next to Damian Jones, and I swear his waist is like up here. Like, it's just ridiculous how tall these dudes are and how long they are, like running out at a shooter. So for a guy like Kyle, it's tough, and I hope that he makes it because he's a good dude.
Yeah, I said, here it comes, James. When Jesse gets into his instrumental bag for a Throwback Friday, I'll be getting hyped, man. A little LL Cool J doing it. That beat was so sick. It's D-Lo and KC. It's Kenny Caraway. James Ham filling in for Damian Barling. On this Memorial Day weekend, we're getting ready. First pour, as we like to say with McQueen, is at about 3:56. I think that's going to be the first pour here at the Caraway household as we get ready for this long extended weekend. We got Kyle Madson coming up in just a matter of minutes. I was thinking about our conversation with Trysta, talking about the Blazers, and I'm not alone. You've heard that the Blazers want to move up and possibly the Kings being a partner, but you guys brought up a great point. I don't think the Blazers have much of anything that the Kings would want. Ideally, Nurkic would be interesting, but not on this team, not with Sabonis and everything else like that. Like, nah.
No, Hart is interesting. Nasir Little is interesting, but that's not enough. It's not enough to move from 4 to 7.
Right.
So yeah, I mean, I don't know what, and I'm not sure that they want that anyways.
Right.
I think they want to get a veteran. They're kind of in the same position the Kings are, except for the Kings are in better position because they have A, all kinds of expiring contracts, and B, a better draft pick.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, I think the Kings are just they're positioned much better. Like, again, if they want to take Rashawn Holmes and a swap for Josh Hart, I'd do that all day. And that might make sense for both.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah, absolutely. And then they can find another trade partner for Nurkic and they can do some stuff right there. That'd be a good deal for everybody involved. Good job, GM.
I think Nurkic is on his last year anyways. So, you know, that's why I look around the league and I see Josh Hart, I see Luke Kennard, I see players that are around the same type of value that Rashawn Holmes is going to have. And then can you match up salaries? And most of the time, yeah, you can. So, I mean, that one there would make a lot of sense to me.
Yeah. Well, a team that doesn't need any type of matching up salaries or making things work. They're just rolling along. The embarrassment of riches is the Golden State Warriors. And we got our guy from 95.7 The Game, Kyle Madson, in the building. Welcome back, Kyle.
Hey, how you guys doing?
Are you? No, he wasn't here. He hadn't been here for like 3-4 weeks. We thought you quit us, Kyle.
No, it's been like a month. I was on my honeymoon, and then I was busy last week.
Well, that's a good reason.
I love you guys, but I wasn't going to hop on my honeymoon.
And I wouldn't ask you to. I wouldn't. Now you get to go and cover the NBA Finals because the Warriors going to their 6th NBA Finals in 8 years. Let's just give us a second here. You know, I'm just listening. I'm just admiring. Tell us what it's like to be part of a winning team.
Well, I'm not on the team.
Well,
but
it's a couple team.
It's pretty unbelievable because, well, the pinnacle for Golden State when I was growing up, I was born in 90. So the pinnacle for Golden State was the We Believe team, and they went to the second round and kind of got housed. But that was the high water mark. And then they make the playoffs in 2013, and okay, they had a nice, little run, and then they lose in Game 7 the next year. And it just felt like, okay, they're in a spot where they're going to, make the playoffs pretty consistently. And then they become this team that, goes to the finals in consecutive years. And then they get Kevin Durant. And it felt over when Kevin Durant left. And that's why this is such a surprise to me that they're back, is because I thought it was done. Yeah. Like, KD leaves. They win 15 games. Steph gets hurt and in the pandemic season, and then they come back, and last year they were the 8th seed. They lose to the Lakers at Staples in the play-in, and then they lose at home to Memphis in the play-in. And it was like, okay, they had MVP level Steph and finished 8th. And Draymond's, I don't think his game's going to age great. What's Klay Thompson going to look like when he's coming back off 2 devastating leg injuries? They don't have Andrew Wiggins is just Andrew Wiggins. Like, this is probably what this team is. They're going to battle for a play-in spot and maybe get to the first round and lose. So the fact that they're back here with pretty minimal roster changes and just getting crazy performances from Kevon Looney and Andrew Wiggins, and Klay Thompson has looked better than I thought he would. It's kind of unreal because, like I said, I thought it was over.
Yeah.
Don't forget Nemanja Bjelica. He been the difference maker.
Okay, he was legitimately. So he played at the end of Game 4. They're losing by 30 or whatever, and he came in. He gave him good minutes, and Kerr went, yeah, hey, let's throw him out there again in Game 5, and he was really, really good last night. So shout out to Nemanja.
He's sneaky. He does a bunch of things that you don't expect him to do, and you're like, okay, interesting. I mean, we had him here in Sacramento for, what was it, 2 years, 3 years?
3 years.
Yeah, he's fun.
He just always does the right thing. Like, he's just gonna make sure he's in a spot to make the right play. Sometimes he makes it, sometimes he doesn't.
Yeah, just don't put any phone books out there. He's not gonna be able to jump over them.
No.
Yeah.
Gonna trip right over the phone book. She goes up for a layup. Yeah, Nemanja, he was a really good signing. He was I shouldn't put really in front. He was a good signing. He was a good signing. Body was able to bring him back after it looked like he was going to leave the NBA. He did some good stuff out there. It ended poorly, and I'm not a fan of that. But there was a number of times when I was like, yo, this guy's actually playing really good. He's saving the Kings. So he's going to get to go to the NBA Finals.
He's one of those weird players that that like his spot from three is like 4 or 5 feet behind the 3-point line.
Yeah.
It's like he's way better from there than at the actual line. He's been when he's your like 5th guy off the bench, like you're in a pretty good spot.
Yeah, that 3 he hit against Houston for a game winner where Houston clearly hadn't scouted him. He did exactly what you're talking about. It's like he went and stood at 30 feet, and they're just like, what's he doing out there? Flick it to him, laser from 30 feet, nothing but net. You're like, oh, all right, game over. Yeah, cash money. Yeah. We just segued to a weird, how do we get on Nemanja? That was my fault. My bad.
No, that's
sometimes
I'm here for Nemanja Bjelica content.
You got to give Bjelica his flowers, I guess. Even though, like I said, I'm not the biggest Bjelica fan after the way he exited out of here, but he's going to the NBA Finals. Somebody else is going to the NBA Finals. I'm going to do this 2 days in a row because, I just look, man, I ain't no hater. I'm not no hater. Kyle, we talk about Steph Curry going to his 6th NBA Finals. Deservedly. He's the straw that stirs the drink. Klay Thompson now going to his 6th NBA Finals, both with a chance to win their 4th NBA Finals. The other guy, Draymond Green, is going to his 6th NBA Finals. I was talking to Bonte Hill about this yesterday when he came on, and I got to tip my hat to Draymond because he looked finished. He looked finished the year they won 15 games. Even when he came back, I thought he looked done. I said a number of different times, the Warriors need to sucker somebody into taking his contract, and they need to move on from him while they can. And he looks reinvigorated. He's been really, really good for most of the season when he's been healthy. And in these playoffs, he's been really good. I got to tip my hat to him because, like I said, I thought he was finished, man. I thought he was done. And he's been a huge part of what they've been able to do to get back to this NBA final round.
A major talking point this offseason on 95.7 and just in, among Warriors fans was, do you trade Draymond Green? Like that was a thing because I think a lot of people were on the same tip you were. Like, hey, he looks done, and chances are at his age and with his game, like he's probably not going to get better. Like there's not going to be this bounce back. Do you package him for Ben Simmons? That was the big talking point. And I'm with you, man. Like the fact that he was just defensively as good as he was this year. I think his 2nd team all defense. Last night he scored 17 points on 6 of 7 shooting.
Now that's crazy.
It's like if you're when their record, I wish I had the number in front of me. I don't have it. Their record when he scores like 8 or more points is wild. And last night, like they needed him. Like Steph wasn't very good last night, and Draymond comes through with 17. Like he's just a winning player, and sometimes it's just kind of inexplicable. But we've been talking about how the Warriors front office just kind of pushed all the right buttons, and hanging on to Draymond was one of them. Yeah. So
you bring up, you say that about Draymond, but the other guy, it's almost like the opposite of Draymond is Wiggins, where for all of his career, Draymond's stats maybe don't show how much of an impact he has on a game, where Wiggins' stats were bloated and didn't show that he really had no impact on a game. All of a sudden, Wiggins is the guy. Is it that the Warriors have rubbed off on him? Is that he matured? He got to a certain age where it just clicked, or what? Because I've watched him. He's just been phenomenal. Like everything he does. And then he could be like the X factor in the next round when you're looking at guys like Tatum and Brown and who's going to defend them. And you got a guy who's showing that he's ready for the big moment.
I think it's a combination of the, I hate doing the like culture thing, but I think it matters in this instance. And maybe it's maturity as well. But he's still, even through the middle, because he obviously started great. He was an all-star, whether he should have been, you can argue, but he makes the all-star team. But he still had these bouts of like, he'd be really good for 2 or 3 games, and it's like, oh, there he is. And then he'd have 2 weeks where you'd forget he's on the floor. Mm-hmm. And the fact that he's come into the playoffs and he's playing this type of basketball where it's not even the production necessarily, like you said, James. I mean, he was 18 and 10 last night. But on top of that, he's adding in the hustle plays. And I think he had 7 offensive rebounds. No, Kevon Looney had 7 offensive rebounds. Andrew Wiggins had 3, I think. But he's tipping balls out. He's playing full court defense on Luka. There were a couple times last night where, especially when the Mavs started to climb back into the game, where Wiggins just went full ball denial on Luka and forced the Mavs to play offense without him. And then once he got the ball, there was 8 seconds left on the shot clock. Mm-hmm. And at that point, it's a lot tougher to get into your offense. So there's just, on top of, hey, yeah, he's producing in the box score. He's doing all the little things that's what he got knocked for. It's like, man, this guy just doesn't try. This guy just doesn't care. And now on the biggest stage, it's like, oh, he does. And when he does, you realize why he was the number 1 pick. He's been really, really good.
Yeah, that dunk.
Oof. Oh my God.
Wow.
That was unreal.
Yeah.
Ooh, poor Luka. I gotta shout out to Luka, man.
Did you see Frankie Smokes last night make the business decision? Wiggins goes baseline and he jumps up with 2 hands, and Lakina jumps up and then does the like duck underneath.
Get out the way. There will be no block here. Let me just get on out the I gotta do what we gotta do. Kyle Madson from 95.7 The Game, and also from Candlestick Chronicles here, talking about the Warriors going back to the NBA Finals. And me and James, we were talking about it a little bit earlier. A little disagreement. Didn't really see eye to eye in this particular situation. He says it should be easy work for whoever the Warriors play in the finals. They're clearly the best team in basketball. I say, Lee Corso, not so fast, my friend. I think if they play Miami, yes, easy work. That's going to be a sweep. We don't need that in these NBA finals. Matter of fact, get whoever they need to get out there to make sure the Celtics get all the calls, do what they have to do, because the NBA can't afford, after all these blowouts we've seen, we can't afford to have Miami in the NBA Finals. We need to make sure that's taken care of right now. I say if you play Boston, though, we got a series. I say we got a 50-50 type series. I think Boston presents some problems. Golden State presents some problems for Boston as well, but I think Boston presents some problems for Golden State that we could see a long, close series.
I'm with you. With Miami, having nothing to do with whether the series would be short or long, is there a team that plays a less aesthetically pleasing style of basketball, like in the league?
No.
It's just like they purposely turn games into rock fights, and I just don't. Like Jimmy Butler mid-range jumpers is just not what I'm trying to watch.
It's like mid-'80s, mid '90s Knicks Heat. That's what it feels like. It does. It feels like they're still the same team.
Yeah, it's gross. It's not that fun, whether it goes 4 or 7. But no, I think Boston wins tonight, and I think Boston. I'm with you, KC. Like I think they give the Warriors some problems. Whether they beat them, I don't know. But I was at the game where Steph got hurt. And prior to Steph getting hurt, that was against Boston. Marcus Smart, they're diving for a loose ball, and he rolled up on his ankle or his foot. But even before Steph went out, that game was ugly. And Golden State just could not get a good shot. And I think that's where Boston creates a lot of problems, because they're going to be physical with Jordan Poole. And we saw Memphis effectively just kind of wipe out Poole from games by being physical with him. That's what's always been Steph's kryptonite is off the ball, just getting physical with him. I think that's something that Marcus Smart would be very, very good at, or Jason Tatum or Jaylen Brown. Like the Warriors had a bunch of different guys they could throw at Luka. A team like Boston has a bunch of different guys that they can throw at Steph, and they can throw guys at Steph without generating mismatches elsewhere. That said, can anybody on Boston dribble?
Well,
like
question.
That's where I think Golden State would have a pretty significant advantage, especially seeing how Andrew Wiggins handled Luka. If Gary Payton II comes back, I'm not saying he'd be a huge impact player, but he's a really, really good on-ball defender. Like he's very, very good at that.
Yeah.
And if you have him and Andrew Wiggins and Klay Thompson's been a little hit or miss on that end, but with Draymond Green, now all of a sudden you're presenting a lot of problems for Boston. So I do think that would be a tough series for Golden State. I would probably still pick them to win just because of how well they're playing right now, and just Boston's pretty banged up. So that matters a lot. You know, what does Boston's injury report look like Thursday? But no, I'm with you. I think that's a long series, regardless of who wins it.
What's going on down there with the 49ers? Anything? Has the chaos subsided over the this sort of late the weekend or the early week snafu? Like,
holy smokes! I mean,
I don't even know what to say. Like,
I don't want to dive like super far into it, but
yeah,
I think it's subsided for now. We'll see what happens once the season starts, but I don't think anybody's going to run up on any reporters or anything. But it's fascinating just from a pure, like, not even caring, like, take the names and faces out of it, just from like a journalism standpoint. Like, I got a degree in journalism at SAC, and we talked about these kind of instances, like reporter and subject relationship and this and that. I just think that as a case study is fascinating. So that's where I'm watching it from. Like, I couldn't give a rip about, you know, who says what to who. I'm just like, man, how do you handle this as a journalist? How should a player handle this? I'm having a great time watching this from the rafters.
That was rough to see, man, because, you know, like Jay-Z says, man, nobody wins when the family feuds, and not that they're family, or the reporters and the Niners are family, but nobody won. Like, everybody looked bad.
That's it.
Looked bad. Kinlaw looked bad. The 49ers looked bad. It was just a bad look all the way around. And it should never get to that. Like I think it's safe to say you guys both write stuff and cover the teams in a different way than I do. And I would safe to say, like, nobody wants to be the story, right? Like, you just want to report on what's going on. You don't want to be part of the story. And we saw that. And that was, I like Grant. I don't have a problem with Grant. You know what I'm saying? And it was tough to see that from him. And Kinlaw seems nice. It was tough to see him in that situation as well.
Yeah, I think that there's ways Grant could go about his critiques and criticism differently, for sure. But also, like, this happened earlier this season with the Warriors, actually, with Draymond Green and Anthony Slater from The Athletic. Slater wrote something that Draymond did not appreciate. Draymond said something about it without naming Slater in a press conference, and then they went off to the side in a tunnel and talked about it, and that was it. Draymond didn't, run up on him and try and physically intimidate him. He didn't go and curse him out. I mean, he might have cursed him out, but he didn't publicly on YouTube in front of thousands of people curse him out. And that's how, to me, and from what I understand, I've never been a reporter where I'm in locker rooms and doing all the hard reporting and stuff. But from what I understand, and James, maybe you can speak to this, but from what I understand, that's how that goes. Player doesn't like something that was written. They might address it with the reporter, but going after them in that way is not the way that's supposed to be handled.
Yeah, I've only had one situation where someone, like, had a moment with me where, like, they came at me a little bit, not where I thought I was going to get punched, but, like, was inappropriate with the way that they came at me. But I'll say it's not that I didn't see it happen to other people. I mean, I was in a locker room with DeMarcus Cousins for 6.5 years. So, I mean, I was in multiple situations where things got a little wild, a little crazy. One specifically with Andy Ferrillo that, DeMarcus, but like,
I remember that.
But my situations with those guys were always different. It's typically that if someone did have a concern, DeMarcus might go like, and I would go over and like, hey, why did you say this? Or why did you tweet this? And I would explain and like, okay, we're on the same page. There is a way that you work those things out. And I think the biggest thing for me is that you show up every day. So if you're going to write a hit piece and run somebody over, You show up the next day, and if they have a problem, they know that you're there and you can go have a conversation with them. That's how you handle your business. So I don't know if that's the case down there or not. I just know that, like, if you're there every day and you put in the time, you put in the energy, and the players get to know you, that they usually don't go down that road. It's just very few and far between when someone does.
Yeah, and I think too, when you're presenting as a journalist, and Grant is there, he covers practice, he covers games. I think that when you're going to critique a player, there has to be some impetus behind it. And just saying, I'm tired of watching player X play football, like that's something an angry fan says.
Right.
And that's when you present yourself that way on the internet, even on Twitter, like that matters. Maybe you don't write that way in your column, but if you're tweeting like that, like, players see that, man. And if that's how you're speaking about them, and there's a perceived disrespect, it's gonna get under some players' skin, and I think that's what happened here. And I'm guessing it won't be an issue moving forward. But who knows?
While the beef wasn't squashed, according to Kinlaw, it won't be an issue, like you said.
Right.
Real quick before you get out of here, we got like a minute. I need those Trey Lance stats. What were the numbers? What were the numbers looking like in OTAs?
Dude.
Incompletion. No, I'm just joking. But
he's really good throwing on air, it turns out.
That's what people are looking for. I mean, did you go out there at all?
No, I haven't. No, I don't. I don't have time for that.
Yeah, OTAs, like, just stay healthy. That's all.
That's it.
I'm looking for.
Yeah. Does anybody look like they can't play football? No. All right, move along. That's
all it is, man. So I do. Nothing has changed with me, Kyle, and I think we're on the same page. I mean, I think all the speculation about Jimmy Garoppolo is rather silly. Trey Lance is a starting quarterback. It makes that's just what it is.
The quarterback's coach hasn't even talked to Jimmy Garoppolo. Has had no communication with him. It's a new quarterback's coach. Hasn't reached out and been like, "Hey, man, what's up?" Like, he's not in the building. He's not communicating with the coaching staff. It's done.
I see a Jimmy Garoppolo like drawing with him waiting by the phone and Brian Greasy not calling, or whoever it is not calling. Like, how many
the Rita Oak art coming?
Yeah, like how many drawings until Jimmy gets traded, which is like the most brilliant follow on Twitter.
Crazy.
So good.
That is
so good.
She is absolutely spectacular. Anyone who doesn't know what I'm talking about, just Jimmy Garoppolo. She draws a picture every day of him until he gets traded.
Yeah, Rita Oak art. I'm guessing he's either traded or cut like the first weekend of July.
That's what I'm thinking too. Something will happen towards training camp around that. So, Kyle, welcome back. We always
excited to be back.
We missed you, man. Welcome back.
No, I
we'll talk to you next week. Are you going to be around? Are you going to Boston?
No, I won't. They don't. No one's paying.
I'm just saying, you big time. No, you big time. No, you big time. Flagship station and all that. So, but we'll look forward to having you next week and talking more about these finals, man.
No doubt.
All right, appreciate you, Kyle Madson, 95.7 The Game. We're gonna come right back, and we got James's numbers from his time covering the Kings and what he needs to get to 500. We got all that for you on the other end. Whew, Shaden Sharp better be everything I think he is, man. We'll talk about it, though. We'll talk about it on the other side. ESPN 1320, Sacramento's #1 sports station is D-Lo and KC. We good. Appreciate you, Kyle. You have a good honeymoon, man?
Yeah, it was great. We just went to DC and did sightseeing for a week. We ate at a Michelin star restaurant. That was our big expense. Other than that, we ate hot dogs.
I did that in Napa. Well, you have to after going to Michelin star.
Yeah.
That's all you get the money for. You don't have any more money. Yeah,
I wasn't ready.
My 14-year-old is about to do the 8th grade trip where he gets to go to Washington, D.C. and New York City.
There were so many school trips there.
Yeah.
I bet that was 75% of the people we encountered was school trips.
Oh, sweet. Yeah, I would love to do it. I've never done it. And I have a degree in history, so like that's modern.
And you've never
US
been
history.
to DC?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, wow.
James. Yeah, you got to make that happen.
I've been to so many other places, but
what's your degree in?
U.S. history from Davis.
Oh, sick.
I've never taken a journalism course.
I felt unsatisfied. So if I had school to do over again, that's what I would major in something that's not journalism, because you can learn how to journalism without going to school for it.
Well, that and history majors write more than anyone,
Right.
especially at Davis. I mean,
which is the reason why I changed my major. I wanted to be a high school history teacher, and I took about 3 or 4 of the classes that I take, at the beginning. At the beginning, so nah, I don't want to do this, man. I don't want to do this, man. I'm gonna go to journalism. I'm gonna go to mass communications. That's where I'm going.
I just did a bad job of learning when I was in school, and I'm fascinated by history. So I've just taken to relearn it, like teaching myself. So it started because I'm actually wearing a Hamilton shirt, but it started because of Hamilton. And I was like, how accurate is this? So I grabbed the biography that the book is based on, and I read it and really enjoyed it. And then I was like, I'm going to George Washington next. And I read a George Washington biography, and I did John Adams. And now I'm on a book called These Truths, which is just kind of the it's like a whole look at U.S. history. So I'm just kind of starting over with the Revolution, and going to work my way forward.
It's cool. With history, you can zoom in and you can zoom back out. So you want to like grab a book with a more global like theme, like the Civil War. And then there's going to be someone that catches your imagination. And then you can zoom in, go pick up a biography for that person and dive deep into somebody and then pull back. And so, yeah.
The incredible thing is the perspectives, because like you read about Alexander Hamilton and George Washington, and in reading about those two guys, I walked away like, dude, John Adams sucks. I can't stand John Adams. But then I pick up the John Adams biography, and I'm like, man, like he's not that bad. Like you get why the perspective was what it was. I just it's unbelievable. It's so much fun.
I love history. I do love history.
Yeah, I love it. Yeah, it's my jam. So
all right, well, next time it's the 3 of us on, we'll do 20 minutes on our favorite U.S. history topics. I can't wait.
All right. I love the French Revolution. That's something that like you dive into the French Revolution. That's probably the most interesting like situation in history.
That's so related to that. France's involvement in the revolution is something that I just had no. I'm sure I learned about it at some point, but I feel like it just got dramatically undersold.
Yeah,
like how much France did it.
Yeah,
and how involved they were.
Yeah, it's crazy. Yeah, history's fun.
Yeah, hell yeah. Read a book, kids.
Yes,
read a book.
At the very least, the History Channel. Okay, if you don't want to read the book,
just watch the History Channel. That's
it.
Right.
You'll do it all.
Right.
It was aliens the whole time.
That's right.
There were ancient aliens. Oh boy.
Yeah.
All right, guys. I'm gonna bug it.
Take care, man.
See you, fellas.
You know what? I realized I don't think I've had this up since JD.
Oh, that's possible. Yeah. Look at you being irresponsible.
No, man. Friday. Forgive me.
Yeah.
Forgive me. Oh, yeah. I got to talk about this on the way out or when we come back.
Someone asked if I celebrate Bastille Day. I do think I was in France for Bastille Day one time.
I don't think we have a lot of time, but you're going to have to tell me what that is. What that's all about. How much time we got, Jesse? Yeah, how much time we got? No, 20 seconds. We're going back. Yeah, it's popping off in Cincinnati right now. It's popping off. It is popping off. All right, here we go. Well, there's a lot of things going on in Cincinnati right now. with my beloved San Francisco Giants. As we're here on D-Lo and KC. Kenny Caraway in the building with James Ham filling in for Damian Barling on this Friday afternoon. And so, first of all, the Giants are in Cincinnati to play the Reds this weekend. The Reds stink. This absolutely should be a sweep for the Giants if they want to get back on the good foot after having a tough week or so before they got back into the groove with a couple of wins against the Mets. They got to sweep the Reds. There's no ifs, ands, buts about that. But during the pregame warm-ups and all this other stuff that was going on, like hours and hours before the game started, it's a little dust up. The benches cleared before they were even on the benches, as everybody had to come and break up something that happened between Jock Peterson and Tommy Pham of the Cincinnati Reds. And yeah, everybody stormed out of the locker rooms and out of the dugouts, and they had to be separated. So I gotta see what's going on with that and get some more information on that, because Tommy Pham, I like you. I like Tommy Pham. That's a good ball player. I kind of wanted the Giants to go after him in the offseason, but you fall back from young Jock Peterson. All right, Tommy, come on now. We hands off policy when it comes to Jock Peterson. You leave that man alone. So there's that. And then Gabe Kapler, shout out to him for sure. Andrew Baggerly reports that Gabe Kapler told reporters in Cincinnati that he doesn't plan on coming out for the national anthem, and that will be his plan going forward, quote, until I feel better about the direction of our country. So shout out to Gabe Kapler. Shout out to Gabe Kapler. I understand where he's coming from completely. So big ups to him. So yeah, Giants in Cincinnati, a lot going on. Have you ever been to Cincinnati?
I have not. I have not been to Cincinnati. I have been to a lot of cities in the U.S., but not Cincinnati.
Yeah, I haven't either. I figured I'd ask you because I know you've been to a lot of cities out there. I thought Cincinnati might be one of them. One day I'll figure out a way to get to Cincinnati. Oh well.
Yeah.
It's probably be to watch the Giants or a Niners game, but one day I'll get out there.
Yeah, your Giants are all over the board, man. They got that Sacramento Kings thing going where they win 5, they lose, they lose 6, they win 5, 2, 4, 5.
Mm-hmm.
Like it's always a straight, like they win in bunches, they lose in bunches.
Yeah,
that's always tough.
They right now, what I think they're trying to do is they just need to stay above water right now. Just stay above water and figure out a way to get through the All-Star break. Hopefully by then you can add a player or two in trades. Lamont Wayne Jr. can get healthier, and maybe you can, bring this home in a stretch run. Right now they're just trying to stay above water. So we'll see. We'll see how that plays out. James, we have the numbers. The numbers are in. And we've got.
Okay, hang on. I got to write this down. I'm ready.
We got you here. We're going to get you. You talk about it staying above water. We're going to keep James Ham above water. We're figuring this out. So, James, you started in, what'd you say, 2012?
2010. 2011 season was my first season.
2010, 2011 with the Kings. Haven't seen the playoffs yet.
Nope. I'm 500. I'm at 0-0 playoffs.
Well, there you go. That's one way of looking at it, James. That's a positive outlook looking at it. Your record is 354 and 594. That is a 37% win percentage.
Straight up, 37.
I don't know, Jesse. What is it? 30. Jesse will get the exact numbers on it.
Because you remember my guess was 374.
I thought it was 347, but man, 374. You might have been right on it. Wow, good job by you. So we'll get the exact percentage there to see if James wins a new car for getting right on the win percentage. But you're 240 games under 500 as we speak.
That it feels about like that. I got to be honest.
Now, to get you to 500, because that's what we're trying to figure out here. How can we get James Ham to 500? The Kings would have to go 65-17 for the next 5 seasons to get your record to 679 and 679. That's all they got to do.
They got to say it one more time. They got to go
65-17 over the next 5 seasons to get you to 679 and 679.
Interesting. So yeah, my win percentage is 373.4. So I missed it by
wow, that's
0.007.
that is impressive. But they have to have like one of the great 5-year runs in NBA history just to get you to 500.
Yeah, like even if you look at it, how many games under did you say?
240.
240. Okay, so 240. So over a 12 years, so for the next they have to run 20 games over 500 every season for 12 straight. 20 games over, which is like 40, I don't know, what is that, 49 wins?
Wow.
Whatever that is. Like, oh.
Wow.
Yeah, that's not good. No,
Well, they'll be in the playoffs every year for 12 years if they do that.
51, something like that. Yeah, that's not good.
Jeez.
Yeah, I know that for a long time, the best season that I had seen was 33-49. And then the Jaeger year. But outside of the Jaeger year where they went 39-41, the best was the George Karl year, the basketball hell year where they went 33 I think that's 33-49, right? Yeah.
Yeah, that was a year, basketball hell and all this other stuff. But that was people kind of forget, and it doesn't really matter, I guess, because at the end of the day, they didn't make the playoffs. But didn't they started off like 1-7, and then late January, didn't they like go into 8th place? Wasn't that the same year?
Maybe. Yeah. Well, the year with Karl, where Karl was the head coach the whole year, I mean, they were firing him at the deadline, at All-Star weekend. That was the plan. I mean, I'd gone to New York for All-Star weekend, if I'm not mistaken, and I was sitting in a restaurant with my wife and one of her friends who lives in New York, and I had actually written it because it was about to happen, and I was waiting for confirmation, and then they backed off, and they didn't fire him. And then they fired Vance Wahlberg instead to send a message to George, and that, too, didn't work out. So, yeah, that was a mess. I mean, even if they were close, it was close because everyone else was really bad. But then it did not work out. Yeah. So, so just think of that. That year was 33-49, and that was the best year outside of the 1 year with Jaeger. So you know how many times I've written 50 game losing game recaps in a season, or right around 50. It's like
all 12 damn near, right?
11 of my 12 years, 50, 49 or more. Is that nuts?
Yeah, because Jaeger was 39-43, right?
Yeah, and then Luke was 31-31. What did we have 2 years in a row where they went 31, but shortened season and then non-shortened season. I think they went 3 years in a row, right? Right, 31, 31, and 30. So this last year was 82 games, so 30 and 52 game losing game recaps. Yeah, that takes a toll on you. It does. But it is what it is. Like I've always got a sunny disposition when it comes to it, and every game is a new game, and you look at it a different way. And I mean, even if you walk in knowing that they're going to lose, you don't handle it that way.
Yeah.
And even if they, if it comes to fruition, they do lose, like they did. The reverse of 37.3 is what, 62.7. So 62.7% of the time I've seen a loss.
Oh my gosh, the numbers just keep getting worse. It's crazy. This is crazy. What's not crazy is you're listening to ESPN 1320 KIFM West Sacramento, KRXQ HD2 Sacramento and Odyssey Station, and driven by Lazarus Elk Grove Dodge. Friday afternoon, D-Lo and KC. We got 1 hour left. We got about 56 minutes before first four. And James Ham, kind enough to tap in with me and hang out with me here as Damian is off for the day, enjoying himself, having a nice extended Memorial Day weekend. We're talking about a number of different things, right? We're talking about the Golden State Warriors going to their 6th NBA Finals in 8 seasons. Wow, it's still crazy to say. But they clinched their ticket to the NBA Finals by beating the Dallas Mavericks last night in Game 5 of their Western Conference Finals to win that series 4-1. We're talking about the Sacramento Kings and their draft pick and their draft selection, possibly at number 4, possibly at number 2, possibly at number 25, because they trade back and they get some kind of all-star. We don't know. We don't know, but there's a lot of options going on with them and their whole just the whole vibe that they have right now with them moving up from 7 to 4 is completely changed. The options, everything is completely changed. And lastly, we got to talk about possibly the Eastern Conference Finals coming to an end tonight. The Boston Celtics up 3-2 over the Miami Heat, looking to close this thing out in Boston in Game 6, punch their ticket to the NBA Finals against the Golden State Warriors. Jesse, we got that game tonight, right? Coverage starts at 5:30 here on ESPN 1320 as the Eastern Conference Finals are going to be right here on ESPN 1320. Let me speak to that real quick. It ends tonight, right, James? I mean, it ends tonight. I know the series has been a little unpredictable, 20-point leads here and there and all this other stuff. But from everything I've seen, still no Tyler Hero. Kyle Lowry looks like a shell of himself. Jimmy Butler looks like a shell of himself. When Rob Williams plays, Bam Adebayo is completely ineffective. It ends tonight, correct?
I mean, I want to say yes, but this series has been so unpredictable. I mean, I don't know. Miami, they need a couple of guys to get hot for sure. And the Kyle Lowry, Max Strus backcourt, I don't think that's gonna. I don't think you can do that again. What are they, 2 for 29 in the last 2 games or something? I think 0 for 16 combined or something in the last game. It's just hideous what's happening there. And, that happens. You just thought that Kyle Lowry would be the guy who kind of pulled this thing together. And in the end, he's the guy who's kind of been at fault, which I don't think anyone totally saw that coming, because he's always been sort of such a solid performer in the playoffs and a solid, veteran guy who can do a lot of things for you. Kind of sad to watch him kind of fall apart. And I mean, you never know, man. Jimmy Butler has a way of putting a team on his back when it comes down to it. If you can buy one more game, then all bets are off for Game 7. You might get a little healthier. You might get Tyler Hero back. You might start to see this thing piece together a little bit. So, yeah, I would like to be on with you on this and say that it's going to end, but I don't think anyone knows for sure.
I know, James. It's over.
It's over.
It's over. At least it needs to be over. I got a little heat. Damian didn't like that I said it, but I said what I said. The Dallas Mavericks had no business being in the Western Conference Finals. That doesn't mean they don't deserve it. They won their games. They did what they were supposed to do. Phoenix didn't do what they were supposed to do. I'm not saying they didn't deserve it. They didn't win their way into that. But I said what I said. They had no business being in the Western Conference Finals. If Miami found a way to win 2 games against Boston, the way that they're beat up, that would be having no business in the NBA Finals on steroids. I mean, that would be a travesty for the NBA. Let's just get this out the way now. Maybe if you want to stretch it out to a Game 7, go ahead and do that. All right, I wouldn't even like that, because then you just start playing with the possibility of Miami getting in there. I want to see them take care of business tonight. And this is coming from a guy, I don't even like the Celtics, but I like good championship matchups. And Miami, bless their heart, they've tried. They've done everything they could up to this point, but the injuries are just keeping them from being what I thought they could be if they possibly got to the NBA Finals. We don't need to see that. Get Boston in there. Come on. Let's do what we got to do. Scott Foster, are you there? Whoever's there, do what you got to do. Let's get Boston in there.
It really is crazy how good the Miami Heat have been. I mean, they were an expansion team in 1988, 89. They've won 3 NBA championships. They've lost in the finals, 3 times.
Yeah.
So, I mean, during the span that the Kings haven't made the playoffs, they've missed 4 times total. They've won 2 NBA championships. They've been to 5 NBA finals total.
Wow.
They really are Eric Spoelstra, he's just such an incredible coach. I say that all the time. If you're building a franchise, like you really need to figure out how to do the Popovich thing or the Eric Spoelstra thing. Find the right guy that can be your head coach, that can lead you for as long as humanly possible. Like get the right guy that can build an organization and a system and just something that you can rely on other than just raw talent all the time.
Right.
And then go get raw talent. But if you've got the system in place to that can survive, then you don't always have to worry about having the best of the best of the best. Sometimes it's having, a top 20 player, but not a top 5, not a top 10 player, and still being able to get to the finish line.
Yeah. Jesse gives us a nice note. He says the Heat started in 88, 89. They have missed the playoffs 11 times in that time span.
Yeah.
And off the top of my head, that's like what? I'm 38. That's probably like 34, 33 years in existence.
Yeah, you should look at it's 35. 34. Yeah. You should look at the San Antonio Spurs and their 4 years in the NBA. They've only missed it was only 3 times before the current stretch.
Yeah.
So they're up to maybe 5 or 6. But still, it's just remarkable.
Wow.
And in a small market. And sure, you can say Robinson and Duncan, but you can also, they mined for talent like Tony Parker and Manu Ginobili. Those guys became Hall of Famers there. They may not have been Hall of Famers if they, found their way to Sacramento. They could have been good players, but the fact that you had such a solid franchise that went to the playoffs every year and also won, 5 rings, those guys are all Hall of Famers because they were members of that team.
One thing that's been reported a lot and from media members to Kings fans, everything, they talk about the quote unquote mandate that has been put out there by, Vivek or upper management or whatever, that they get to the playoffs this year. And I want to ask you, the mandate, whatever the case may be, do you think that the front office, the Monty McNairs, the Wes Wilcox, do they even need a mandate? Are they looking at this thing it's really going to be about 2 or 3 years before we can make the playoffs, just realistically. But we have a mandate, so we have to do things to make the playoffs. Or do you look at them saying, no, we should make the playoffs this year? We don't need a mandate to say we need to make the playoffs. Are they on the same page as Vivek or anybody else? Or are they on 2 different sides where if you got Monty and Wes in a truthful moment, they might be like, we're not anywhere near the playoffs, but we have to do this. Are they on the same page basically with the front office?
Well, yeah. I mean, I think all of those things can be true at the same time. Yeah. I mean, I think the Kings look at this and if you're Monty and Wes, that the job is to get you to the playoffs, but how difficult it is and how far away you are. And it always brings me back to Jerry Reynolds says something if you at the NBA level, if you have a 5-year plan, you have no plan at all. There's no such thing as a 5-year plan. You take a job with a 3-year contract, that you have 3 years to get this thing on the rails. And Monty took a pass in his first offseason. He swung, and maybe, I don't even know if he swung. I mean, maybe he took a couple of walks and at his first trade deadline. Yeah. Then he got to his second offseason, and I don't even think there's a single that could have been there. They're not even a bunt single. Yeah. In that offseason, there you might have got a couple of guys on base. You swung for the fences.
Choice. He moved the runner over to third.
Yeah, sack fly.
Yeah,
yeah.
Well, we didn't even score, so not even sack fly. You just hit it to the right side. The guy went from second to third, and you just moved him over. That's all it was.
Yeah. No, I think so. I mean, that's kind of where we're at, right? And so he took a home run swing when he went and got Sabonis. I think that was incredible. But now it's time to you got to get the right pieces in place. You need this offseason, you need a double, you need a couple of singles. You got to string something together. You got to string some hits together, and you got to hope that maybe you hit another home run. Mm-hmm. But to start, you really do have to do some solid work. And that's not to say that, Dante DiVincenzo can't be part of that he can't be like a solid, he's he gets thrown into the big trade, but of all of the trades that happened at the deadline. But that could be a really, really nice solid single. He could be a long-term fixture in Sacramento. And, Trey Lyles can be a guy that steps in and plays minutes for you. And again, it's not a gigantic home run, but it might be a bunt single. It might be something that moves the runners over and is solid. Yeah. So yeah, I think that there's a lot that can go on here, but also they know that if they don't increase the talent, it doesn't matter who's coaching. And if they can't increase the talent here in this offseason, they won't be back. That's the way it goes. You're going to see things change if they can't, do the right thing and put this thing on a path. And sometimes you have to accelerate it, and I get it, but when you made the move for Sabonis, you accelerated your timeline. Now it's okay, you need to go get more pieces that accelerate your timeline further, that make the move that you made make more sense, if that makes sense. So you can't just make a move and then not do the next move and build the surrounding pieces around him. You have to make a situation where he wants to stay in Sacramento, or Sabonis wants to stay in Sacramento, where De'Aaron Fox feels like this is a place he can continue to grow and become, who he's going to be as an NBA player. You got to do the work, and it's not easy, and it doesn't, like we saw last offseason with where it took, up until February to get the deal that you really wanted. But I don't think they have that kind of leeway at this point. They got to figure this thing out.
I agree 100%. Russell Hunt in the chat, he says, hey, KC, what happens first, getting Ham a 500 record or the Oakland A's winning a World Series? I mean, that's so far and away the A's winning the World Series. It's not even close. It's not even close. Poor Ham. I don't know if Ham is ever going to see a 500 record.
In Sacramento?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, look, I might have to retire before I get there. Yeah.
And for those who missed it, for Ham to get the 500 now, for the next 5 seasons, the Kings would have to go 65-17.
Yeah, that's not good.
No. Poor
yeah.
We got to get his numbers up. At least, crawl before we walk, man. Maybe Ham's going to be around a long time. He's already done 12 years. He's got another 15 to 20 years left. Just start now and start chipping away at that whole thing. It doesn't need to be 65, but just start chipping away at it now.
Yeah, even the 12-year, I think it's 51. They'd have to go 51 and 31 for 12 years straight for me to get back to 500.
A little more doable. We'll talk
50, about that. 51 wins is doable.
We're gonna talk about that. I actually got 2 questions for you, Ham, that I want to ask for you on the other side about this Kings team and where this franchise at, because I got a question, a statement, maybe so more so that I might be in the minority with, and I want to see what you got to say about that. So we'll talk about all that when we come back. On the other side, as we close it down for this Friday afternoon, this Memorial Day weekend Friday, having a great time with you guys. It's Kenny Caraway. It's James Ham. It's D'Lo and KC on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320. I'm going to stand up. I'm going to be right here. I'm going to just stand up a little bit. Oh. Oh, Benny, stop it. Michael Magic, watch yourself, pal. Watch yourself.
I haven't been watching that today. The chat? Nearly as much.
Yeah, there are a lot of things going on. Appreciate you, Weezy. Weezy 80. Or no, who said that? Oh, Russell. My bad, Russell. Appreciate you, Russell. Well, I appreciate you too, Weezy. Which comes first, Kings 500 or New Oakland Ballpark? No, that's tough.
I think they're leaving. Like, I've been hearing that forever, that they're gonna leave, but I always hold out hope that they'll come to some sort of like understanding. And it seems like they're closer than they ever have been. And I know some people are, still give like the positivity vibe off. But it's just really, really hard to see it happening, especially with what they're doing now, where they're going full Maloof. They're just burning the fan base to the ground intentionally. And even if you do fix it, even if you do get the arena, like, can you bring people back?
Yeah, it's been a real damaging situation that they've had. Where's Megan? Megan, that's a good point, Megan. I think the Kings also should try forwards on their team. I agree. Good call. DV50, it should be if they're going to leave, but it never will be. Sacramento A's, it never will be. It should be.
Oh yeah, that would have been amazing. I really wish, that kind of came and went, with the when the Raiders almost moved here.
I would have been like Spike Lee. Spike Lee with the Nets moving to Brooklyn. He was like, "Oh man, I got a decision to make. I'm staying with the Knicks, but Brooklyn is my hometown. I'm supporting." That's how I would be with the Giants and the A's. Like, I'm still a Giant man, but the A's are here. I gotta show them a little love.
Yeah, like the A's and Sac thing. So I'll just tell, like, because the Raiders were almost a done deal, and right at the last second, in like 1992, they were building the football stadium / baseball stadium out on the Arco property. They were totally moving that way. And then at the last second, Al Davis came back and said, I want 51% in controlling interest. And Joe Benvenuti said, no, that's not going to happen. I'm not giving up enough of my stake that you're going to have that much. And so it died right there, because Raiders were going to move in and the A's probably would have followed. The stadium really was built for baseball out there. And that's where the clown tunnel comes in. There was supposed to be a tunnel that went underground so they could use one kitchen to serve both buildings, which is stupid anyways. Most NBA arenas have like between like 6 and like 15 kitchens.
Damn. That would have changed the city forever. That's the story of Sacramento. Just all these almost situations that just never.
Yeah, Measure Q&R like was a 0.25% sales tax that literally the city and the Maloofs had worked on together for months and months and months. They got all the way to the finish line, and they had a speech ready for Joe Maloof to read. He got up on stage and pulled a different speech out and put the measure in question, and it got
D-Lo and KC. KC's here. D-Lo ain't here, but James Ham is here. You know what I mean? So it's all good. We're enjoying ourselves on a Friday here on this Memorial Day weekend Friday. McQueen and the Violet Fog Gin is just we're gonna get closely acquainted this weekend. It's gonna be a nice, beautiful weekend to have some McQueen and the Violet Fog Gin all weekend long, responsibly, of course. But we're gonna have a good time. We're here closing things out for the weekend, talking Kings and Kings history, right? Now, I had some questions I wanted to ask you. I'll write them down because I want to talk a little bit more about what you're talking about here with these. We got into like how the city of Sacramento, the Kings, it's just full of almost situations happening, right? Like almost getting the Raiders, almost getting the A's, almost passing this stadium bill, almost passing this arena bill. The only thing that's really ever gotten done is the Golden One Center. Really. It's what it feels like, at least.
Yeah, Yeah, I mean, you have to look at even the way that the Kings were brought out here as like a major, major land grab. Like when they built Arco 1 on the cheap to get it popped up, it was on, like, it's right near the border of the Sacramento County, like the city limits and all that stuff. Like where its location is very specific. And it was done to get the Kings here like instantly so they could move them here. I think it only seated 11,000 something, 11,333 or something like that. And then when they built the Arco Arena property, again, what they did there is they turned a huge area of unincorporated farmland into residential and commercial property. That was the trade that they made with the city. So as opposed to the city, like when it came to the downtown plaza, the city like kicked in the downtown plaza. They were owners of the downtown plaza. And then they used that as part of their commitment to keep the Kings here and to build the new arena, to build Golden One Center. But originally, all of that was nothing but farmland. And the city, the county, they would not let investors convert that to commercial property. And as soon as that, so they got the Kings to come here in order to convert all that land. It was like a deal that happened. And there's still like small sections of land in the Natomas area that are still unincorporated farmland that people try to build on. Or we had that whole situation where a developer sold it to a school district. And so a school district could build a school there, but the piece of land they gave him was like twice the size of the high school.
Wow.
So then they were going to build a high school and then sell the other land back to them after it was converted into incorporated into like commercial property. Yeah, so there's always chaos. It's Sacramento. Like I know Marcos Bertone said it. Like it's, for as quiet and sleepy as Sacramento is, this is it's the major hub. It's the governmental like epicenter of the 5th largest like economy in the world, California. And so it's really crazy, but it's Marcos Bertone said it's bare knuckle. Like this is like the political scene here is bare knuckle. It's crazy. It's not easy to deal with. So yeah.
There's always something going on, man.
There is always something.
And at the end of the day, there's always something going on and nothing seems to get done. At least when we want it. Like I said, they got the Golden One Center. Doco's beautiful. They're doing some good things downtown. But, there's still more to be done. Another question that I had real quick, measures Q&R. If that goes through, it wouldn't even go through. If the Malouse, or what was it, George, that kind of just at the end?
It was Joe who tanked it, and then the Malouse did the $8,000 burger or whatever, the Carl's Jr. commercial. The infamous.
When was that? When was Q&R?
I want to say it's 2004, 2006. I want to say it's 2006.
Okay.
And it was Rob Fong was a big part of that. Like again, I did Small Market Big Art where we actually went through this entire thing, and then came like the stupid land swap, the convergence plan where they were gonna trade the Arco property for Cal Expo, and Cal Expo they were gonna give those people some development land over by I think what was Sutter's Memorial. Like that was a whole bunch of mess. And again, that thing fell apart. And that's what led to like my first year, the 2010 season was when, like the convergence plan failed right before the season started. And, Gavin Maloof sat in on the Kings-Lakers preseason game. And then for some reason he sat in the media room. And we got done, and we all flocked to him like, hey, what's going on with the convergence plan failing? What's going to happen? And that's where he kind of like, I don't think he meant to, but he let it out of the bag that, we're going to go shop. We're going to start looking for other places. And that's what started like Here We Stay and all that stuff. That's what like the impetus was that moment where you could see by looking in Gavin Malouf's eyes that they were going to try to relocate the team like right then. And it never would have happened. Like UNR would have raised like, it was something crazy, like $875 million or something. The 0.25% sales tax would have raised, they would have got a like a $600 million building a decade before they got a $600 million building, but a decade before, completely paid for by taxpayers.
Wow. And that was the other question that I was going to have. And it's probably a simple question, but if that goes through or everybody does what they're supposed to do on that deal, you think the Maloufs hold on to the Kings? Or do they just squander it because they just can't manage their money right?
Okay, so like again, the Maloufs, what they did is they built the towers. And that's they built a tower on the Palms, and it cost $800 million. And then 2008 happened, where the real estate market crashed completely, and they lost like everything. Now, not everything. Like the Maloufs still, like even when they were here, they still had money. They just didn't. They were maybe cash poor. Like even like a lot of the deals they did came with major money. Like Jerry Reynolds is really interesting to talk to about this because there was a point in the NBA. Now they've made it so, like when you make a trade, the most you can send out in a trade is $3 million, right? So like when the Kings made the big trade and they had to waive Yorgos Papagiannis like a year in, they got between Cleveland and Utah, those two teams kicked in. I think Cleveland only had like 1.2 million left. They had already given some other team like 1.8 million. They couldn't give any more money. So they got, I think it was, they got Utah to kick in the other money to pay the Kings so they could waive Papagiannis and not have to pay his salary the next year as well. So they're like cash considerations, which is what Bobby Hill is like puts here in the chat. Cash considerations meant something different before. It used to be that you could trade players and you would decide how much of their contract went to the other team. So even under the salary cap, if you had a $58 million salary cap and you're at it, it was really only the number that the contract said, not how much you paid the player. So the Kings got into a situation a couple of times, like in the late years of the Maloufs, where they were trading players and having the other team pick up the entire contract of both the players that were coming in and the players that were going out. And so they literally were just making money on the trades, or not paying the salary, but getting to the salary floor. So they really did run out of like, operating cash, I guess you could call it. They still had at that point, like in 2011, 2010, they still had $400 million in Wells Fargo stock. But their mother had it, Colleen had it, and was not giving that to them to go save either the Palms or the Kings. And again, the Palms was, they got so bad at the Palms that they had like a $20 million balloon payment to own 2% of the Palms at the end. And that's when they sold the Kings, they were able to retain 2% of the Palms after spending $800 million just to build the tower. But the first initial thing like cost them hundreds and hundreds of millions as well. And at that point they had sold their beer distributorship and everything else. So yeah, it's a sordid story. I mean, it's chaotic, but like as someone who literally made the movie on this stuff, like I do, like it was always follow the numbers. That's what I kept telling people. Like even the last game, I didn't think they were leaving. The last game of the 2010-11 season, I didn't think they were leaving. Most people did. That's when we had the Grant and Jerry sign off where it got all emotional and all that. Yeah, it was a tough night, but the Maloufs weren't going to make enough money off the transaction to sell the team to Henry Samueli down in Anaheim to make it worthwhile, and then they were just going to lose everything there. Right. So the NBA wasn't going to let them relocate a team to Anaheim only to lose it on a owner that they hadn't vetted yet.
Right. Yeah. And when you talk about the Seattle thing, I mean, famously, David Stern just wouldn't let that happen. Like I was telling people in real time, and I was just a I was just paying attention. I was just a fan. Like I didn't have any media stake, didn't know any media guys, but I just paid attention to what was going on. And it seemed to me that David Stern essentially went to Kevin Johnson and said, if you can do this, this, and this, I'll take care of the NBA owners. And when he was able to check off all those boxes, Stern went to the owners, got everybody on board to what they had to reject the sale first, right, to Hansen. So they reject the sale, and then the rest is history. But it was clear as day. Like once, did he give Kevin Johnson time? Is that what happened? Like it seemed like he was working with Kevin, and we hadn't seen that before, right? Like an owner working with a mayor to save a team. And once he was working with him, it was like, oh, he's going to give him a real chance to get this if they just do everything that he's asking them to do.
He gave him the roadmap. He said, you need to prove up, we need $10 million in local sponsorships. We need, a new season ticket holder base, because your season ticket holder base has been trashed by the Maloofs, which is exactly what the A's are doing. And then on top of that,
did we lose James? James, it should be coming back any second. It froze on me. James, we have been going for like, what is this, like 3.5 hours. Was great internet from James. We had no issues. And now all of a sudden, in the last 30 minutes, James's internet wants to take their little Memorial Day weekend break.
I'm back.
It wasn't you. It was the internet. All right. Once again, any excuse to play this, James, it's not your fault. This is what I would say to you if I was right there right now about your internet. I would say, James,
players, this is not on you.
So listen,
this is not on you. Players, y'all did everything. Y'all did your heart. Y'all did everything right.
It was the internet.
Yeah. I'll just like to finish the thought up really quick. David Stern gave them a roadmap, and he also, I believe, like introduced guys like Mark Mastroff and Vivek Ranadive to Kevin Johnson to use as whales. So they always had like the temporary whale, which was Ron Burkle, which was always like some mystical like fake beast that's out there. Like, I mean, Ron's a real person, but I don't think he's ever really invested anything here in Sacramento. And like it just was always like they needed a name to attach to it until they got a name. And then when they were able to get guys, again, like I was a huge part of a lot of that. Like even like Clay Bennett came out to look at the $10 million in sponsorships. He was the head. I mean, that's a little shady. Clay Bennett, who moved the Seattle Supersonics to Oklahoma City, ends up being the head of the relocation committee. So he came out to vet the $10 million, and that's a night where I was at Ella having dinner with my wife, and on one side is the NBA with Clay Bennett, and on the other side is Kevin Johnson, and we're smack dab in the middle, and both of them stopped by the table and talked to us. Because I knew everybody, and like I'm part of this whole like story. I'm going through it, but like having moments with Clay Bennett, like during the relocation, having conversations with Kevin Johnson and all of it. It was really weird. Like all of it was really crazy, but it was a good time, and it really helped help me become a good writer in the beginning, and someone who like you understood that the job never ended, because at that time, like we would go to games on Monday, Wednesday, Friday, and city council meetings on Tuesday night, and some rally on Thursday night. Like there were no day offs. You got weird paperwork from people that you weren't supposed to get paperwork from, like owner contracts and all these things, and you're having to go through them and read them. It was all really, really wild to be part of on the backside.
And I didn't even mean to go down this road, but it's so fascinating to me. And you have somebody like yourself who was in the middle of all this. I wasn't here at the time. I was doing all this stuff and watching it from LA, and Twitter was still, Twitter, but it seems like even in that amount of time, like the amount of information that we had back then, if you weren't there, isn't the same as if we went through this today. Like we would know everything. Wasn't there a situation where I think it was the Board of Governors meeting, or it was before it or something like that, where Mickey Harrison was in somebody's DMs explaining why why the owners weren't going to approve it or something like that? I
don't remember that. I do remember that there was a meeting in Houston. It was a Board of Governors meeting. Was it Houston or Dallas? I think it was Dallas. And that's where George Maloof came out, and there was a bunch of people, a bunch of media members waiting for him to come out. And he took off running and then like ducked into a coat closet and like in the bellhop area, like, and was hiding out and like hid out in a coat closet and like was sitting there with the door like partially closed, like sitting down. And people are like, George, and he literally had to end up doing like a really brief media session. But you also have to remember that like they held a press conference with like, I want to say it was Channel 10 or someone, where they were in a boardroom and George Maloof sat there and said he's a developer and he was just tanking and blowing up the city of Sacramento. Yeah, all of it was crazy. Like it was wild to be part of it. And again,
No. Oh no, we lost James again. James, once again, this isn't your fault.
Players, this is not on you.
It's not your fault, James. Yeah, man. Yeah. Like I said, they do, man. The screenshots always just get James in a bad light. Man, come on, man. Let James live here with the screenshots. But he's frozen. For those that on the radio can't tell, we can see it on the stream or whatever. I think his internet is like Jimmy Butler in the bubble. In the NBA Finals. It's just leaning over the scores table, saying, I'm doing what I can here. I'm doing all I want. James's internet is like,
what more do you want from me?
And James is just tapped out on the screen. He's resetting everything because it's unfair. It's unfair. But I've had a good time here talking with James. I'm sure he's going to get reconnected in just a second. But talking about not only the Kings of the past, but the Kings of the present right now. And the number 4 pick in the draft, we mentioned it earlier. It opens up so much for what these guys can do. Opens up so much. And I'm glad it looks like we got James back. Yeah, it was hating on you. We know what it is, James. It's all good, man. Don't even sweat it. It's been there. It's been like I said, you maybe didn't hear it, but we got confirmation and we got audio from your internet. It spoke to us while you were out, and it basically said, I've been going for 3.5 hours. I'm tired, and it said this, James.
What more do you want from me?
Yeah. Yeah, I think the Maloofs fully sabotaged this conversation from afar.
I agree. They're in the NHL now, right?
Yeah, they're part owners of the Knights. They're a minority owner of the Knights.
Yeah,
in Las Vegas. Yeah. So it happens.
They live to fight another day. Good for them. But I was making a segue into the current Kings, right? And getting into what was going on with them. And there's 2 things that I wanted to ask you. Number one, we talked about like in the last segment about, where this team is at and all this other stuff. And you know what, James, I feel like I'm in the minority, and I don't think it's pie in the sky because I don't believe in this team, in this franchise. Why would I? Like, they haven't given you anything to believe in so long. But I still stand by what I said at the end of the season. I don't think they're as far as people think they are. Like, I look at Fox and Sabonis, number 1. If they keep Harrison, Dante DiVincenzo, if he comes around, like, I don't think they're that far away from making the playoffs. I know a lot of people say like they need a lot of work with the roster. Maybe they do. Maybe I'm wrong about that. But I don't think they need a ton of work. I think they need a couple of things here and there. This draft pick really helps out with that, having a number 4 pick and either making the pick or being able to move it and add assets that way. But I don't know, man. I don't think they're as far away as people make it out to be. What do you think?
Yeah, I mean, I think if you were like, if you're honest with yourself, you think they're probably 5 players away from being a really, really strong team. And that seems like a long way, but that's really not that, because a lot of these pieces are movable pieces at the, in like number 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 on your roster. Mm-hmm. I think that when you move to number 4, you probably shaved at least one of those off. So you went from being really 5 pieces to 4 pieces probably, just because of the value of that pick. Like, you can do so many different things. So I think that, I mean, we'll have to see how they build it out. But, if Damian Jones is back as your backup center, and if Trey Lyles is your backup 4, and you still have Mo Harkless, and, you still have all of these pieces that you had before, your Terrence Davises, your Davion Mitchells, and Dante DiVincenzo, you need more talent. You need that one gigantic galvanizing piece that puts you over the top, that makes it all make sense. It's the piece that makes Harrison Barnes your 4th best player, not your 3rd best player. That's what you're looking for. And Dante DiVincenzo, your 5th or 6th best player, not your 4th or 5th. That's what they have to find. They have to find that player that, and again, whether it's through the draft, through multiple trades, through trade downs, that's what you should be looking at. It can't be like, again, what we talked about with Trysta, right? You can't move down to 7 and take on Josh Hart. That's not enough. That it's just not enough. That's he's a solid NBA player, and Nasir Little, solid NBA player with potential, but also who had a major injury and missed most of the season. You gotta have something that's a catalyst for the big change that's going to happen. You got 2 players that you think are major catalyst pieces for that change. You got some other players that you think can be part of the major change in DiVincenzo, Mitchell, Barnes, all these other guys. Yeah. But you need that one player that pushes everybody down, even if it's taking a guy like De'Aaron Fox and not making him a number 1, making him a number 2, and Domantas Sabonis a number 3. If there's some way to add that player, that's what you have to look at. That's the move that changes everything.
Yeah, I agree with you. I agree. Just putting people in a different place, a different spot in the pecking order of your franchise. And like I said, it could be one player who does that. It could be your draft pick. It could be who you get in a trade for that draft pick or whatever the case may be. But putting everybody in the order that you would want them in if you were a successful franchise. That's kind of what you're looking for here. I want to ask you another question, and it goes specifically towards these draft picks, but shout out to Jesse. I knew I wasn't bugging. This is crazy. I gotta cash this in because this is crazy. He found where Mickey Harrison was in the DMs of a Seattle fan. It wasn't a reporter or whatever. He got in the DMs of a Seattle fan. And he tells, maybe I'll read all this or maybe not. It's a lot, but he goes, this is Mickey Harrison, owner of the Miami Heat, in Seattle's fans' DMs. It's like if he DM'd Stephen Brown, just business. And he goes, you don't get it. We are voting to leave Sac or not. I love Seattle and we'll support a team there, but honestly, you're making it harder to support you. The question before the committee is, has Sac done all it can do to keep the team? The answer is yes. It's not a vote about Seattle. If Seattle, especially local politicians, had done what Sac's done in a move to OKC, would have never been approved. Seattle guys like the city did not step up with Ballmer's key arena renovation plan. Sorry, but you're wrong. Ballmer never stepped up in 2008, and the issue was the turning down of the arena project that Schultz and Bennett over many years. He goes and talks about more of this stuff. But this was Mickey Harrison DMing Seattle fan 443 on Twitter, just laying it all out there for him. I was like, I knew I saw that somewhere. That was crazy.
Yeah, it
True.
was crazy, but like during that time, you have to remember how violent, like it was ugly. Like there was a Seattle Sonics fan who threatened to come down and kill Kevin Johnson.
Oh my God.
Like, yeah, no, it got wild, and I mean they're super passionate. I feel bad for them, but they also like if you go back and you watch Sonic Skate, it ends up being the biggest character assault on David Stern of all time, and it's so well done, and it became like a roadmap for some of the things that happened here in Sacramento of how to avoid what happened. But at the same time, it was so negative and pointed all of the fingers at one direction. Well, not really. It did point some at their city council. It also pointed some at David Stern, and then it pointed a bunch at Clay Bennett as like a robber baron, basically coming in and stealing their team and absconding with it. But it really was insulting, like the way that they did it. And when I watched it the first couple of times, I was like, "Oh, this is powerful. This is powerful." But then you have to realize that you made villains out of these people. And this is something I said to Clay Bennett that night. I said, so first of all, my mom was born in Shawnee, Oklahoma. So I've been to Oklahoma. My grandma lived in Oklahoma for a long time. I had aunts and uncles, great aunts and uncles that lived there forever. And I told Clay Bennett, what Seattle doesn't realize, the people in Seattle, is that you might be hated there, but where you're from, you're a superstar. You're the guy who delivered an NBA franchise. And in Oklahoma, you're in Jim Thorpe, Mickey Mantle, Johnny Bench range. That's where you are. So he went from being a pariah somewhere in a city he doesn't know to a god in his own city,
Right.
in his own state. And someone that like you can't ever ignore that. And so like that was an angle that I think people just missed with the whole Seattle thing. It's like, hey, sure, he did you dirty. I get it. But at the same time, what he did for Oklahoma, he took a team in the 18th biggest media market, moved it to like the 42nd biggest media market, and just took it on the chin. Like, I'm going to lose money. I'm going to build an arena. I'm going to do all these things. So yeah, it just really, really was, it's about perspective a lot of the time, and having Kevin Johnson, former NBA player, be the mayor of Sacramento at the right time. It just all made sense to keep the team in that situation where it didn't in Seattle. And then, again, the Kings have always they get us to do these weird things. So we went to Folsom Prison with the Kings.
I remember that, yeah.
And I went and watched, Luke was there. They didn't bring a bunch of players, but there were some players there, but not that played. And it was fun. It was fun to watch. It was an interesting night to be. It was cold. We were in a prison. All of it was very structured. We couldn't go through here, but we had to leave our phones at the front gate. When we got done with Folsom Prison, I was there. It was like me and I think Sean Cunningham and some other guys. Anyway, we got back to go leave. They hand us our phones. We all turn our phones on, and David Stern had a massive stroke and never recovered from that night. So, basically, for all intents and purposes, like he died a couple of months later, but he never regained consciousness from what I know. It was just like that moment where, again, you're with the Kings and then someone who meant so much and who, like, I had interactions with David multiple times, Adam Silver multiple times, but it was really like it was a gut punch, like walking out. And it was a weird day already, and then just feeling like, oh, yeah,
that's tough. And I watched Sonic Gate a couple of times as well, and it's a different time. I always hear all the time that the timing was bad. If they had Twitter and all the stuff that to galvanize people the way Sacramento did, maybe they would have been able to keep the team, but it just wasn't there at that time. But watching that, it always kind of, maybe it's the pettiness in me or, whatever. I understood where David Stern was coming from. You just built this thing for the Mariners. You just built this thing for the Seahawks. All right, take care of the Sonics. And the way it was portrayed as him being greedy, the way the city council or whoever essentially just kind of laughed in his face. You know what I mean? And nobody was there to check them about that. Like, hey, no, he's right. Like, take care of the Sonics. And at that point, with everything that was going on, he was probably like, all right, whatever. Like, we'll move on. Like, if you don't value the NBA that much, where it's like a joke that I'm coming to ask to upgrade the facilities, then we'll find somebody who does value the NBA. This sucks for Seattle, but I understood where David Stern was coming from.
Yeah, I did too. I mean, and being like on the front lines of all of it, it was an adventure twice. I mean, because it didn't just happen once; it happened twice, and there were other like the Virginia Beach stuff and stuff that was garbage the whole time. Like that was never going to happen. Like, come on now. But overall, like just watching it unfold and being part of it, it was exhausting. And you got to know all the players like very, very closely. Not the players as in the NBA players, the players who were doing everything, like the movers and shakers, the canal merchants of the world, the Kevin Johnsons and like all of their guys, Joaquin McPeak and all those guys. Like it was just a really, really interesting like experience to go through. I wouldn't want to do it again.
No. I think we got a 30-year lease here. What's the deal?
30 or 35 and with no out. And then after the 30 years, the building goes back to the city. It's all crazy. Like I'd have to go back and open all that stuff up. And to be honest with you, I haven't wanted to for a long time. That's why I haven't written a book on it, because I just, it's a lot. It's so much to process and all of the different twists and turns. And like, it felt like gut punches so many times. And like, again, you're working, knowing that with the snap of a finger, my job and what I did could just end at any moment. But you're going to go as hard as you could, 60, 80, 100 hours a week until it was over, and then figure out what it was at the end. Yeah, it was wild.
And as we close this up a little bit, like I said, didn't plan on getting here, but it's always good to talk about something like this, is this monumental moment with a guy like James Ham, who was there the entire time. But I always say the other thing about this is the only reason this happens is because David Falk's daughter just got a little thirsty with some information she heard. Like if she would have just kept her fingers silent or her mouth shut, by the time it got out, there probably wouldn't have been enough time to save things. Like that's so random that she just, oh yeah, I'm hearing the Kings are going to Sacramento or going to Seattle.
Yeah, and she was a wannabe food critic.
Yeah,
Dana Falk. Yeah, like the whole thing. Yeah, it was wild.
I think it was like I felt like it was like a random Sunday night where she tweeted that too. And people were like,
yeah.
What are you talking about? And that's that led us down that crazy road till today, where we have a team that still hasn't made the playoffs, but we have a team. They have the 4th pick. We have a beautiful arena, beautiful Doco area. And hopefully one day we'll be watching playoff games down there on the big board where the parking lot garage is on L Street, maybe one of these days. So
I'll be inside covering it, just so you know, Kenny. I won't be standing outside.
No, you'll be inside. But when they go to Dallas in the first round, you'll be in Dallas.
Yeah.
You'll get to travel with the team again.
Yeah, well, we'll see.
Yeah.
We'll see.
What
Crazy.
you got going on this weekend, man? Memorial Day weekend. Got any big plans?
Probably on the boat.
Do you barbecue?
Oh, yeah. I barbecue on the boat.
Oh, that's the next level.
It's a big pontoon boat. Yeah.
Okay, that's what I'm talking about.
Yeah, I'll be out there burning.
We've been talking about it all winter. Now summer, spring is here. We definitely, it's time. It's time for us
to
get there,
yeah,
man.
A little 24-foot pontoon boat. I'll be out on the water, a floating living room.
That's what I'm talking about right there. That's that good stuff. Boston finishes it off tonight.
I'm going to say yes. Yeah.
So I think so too. I think they finish it off. Miami, which I was looking forward to this series, because Miami, like healthy, is a really good team. Like they're a legit NBA Finals contender, but they're just not healthy. And at this point, they don't have enough. They're the walking wounded. No, man, we don't even need this series to go on any further. Boston, I can't believe I'm saying it, because I'm not a Celtics fan by any means, but Boston finished this thing off. Jesse, You feeling comfortable? You feeling good? It's over tonight? Hero out again. Yeah, Hero out again. Yeah, it's over. Time to take him out to pasture. Sorry, Miami. Maybe next year. But we're going to get out of here. We're going to enjoy our Memorial Day weekend. We're going to start this thing off right. James, I appreciate you coming in, filling in for Damian today, man. It was a blast talking with you. So we always have a good time with you when you step in, and you'll be back on Wednesday for, your hourly, setup when Damian's back and everything like that. Heat Celtics right here on ESPN 1320. We appreciate y'all. Y'all have a great weekend. I'm up out of here. Peace. That's a wrap. Good stuff.
We're off.
We're off. We are off.
Someone asked a question here. I'm going to answer this. Yes, Sacramento's public funding was big for other NBA owners, and you didn't want to have a city get their money and then screw them over. This one right here, though, no is the answer.
Yeah.
And there's a specific reason. I actually worked as a consultant on that with Jason Herrer, the incredible 30 for 30 director. And I told him repeatedly that if you just want to make this a Kevin Johnson story, then Deadspin will come out and release information again and again and again about his past, and you'll get it buried because you work for Walt Disney. And you're gonna do that, you're gonna it's gonna get killed. And they didn't listen, and that's what they did. And they want to like point fingers that we used footage and the NBA got pissed. That's not what happened at all. Very specific. I mean, the NBA and Disney are partners.
Yeah.
Like, come on now. That they don't care about stuff like that. It all came down to very specifically. You can have him in the film like we did with Small Market. You can have him be a central figure, but at the end of the day, his past is his past, and it's always going to come up, and that's why he's not the governor of California. It's why,
Yeah.
So
that sucks, man. That sucks that we can't see what I hear is a pretty dope film about that story. So.
Yeah. Well, he's a very, very good
Oh,
director.
Yeah. You did Last Dance, huh?
Yeah, he's done a lot. He's done a lot of, like, he's one of like 3 or 4 directors that they have that, he's one of their main guys that does all kinds of stuff. Or he was. Someone else said I get an invite on the RV. I did not, but my director from Small Market Big Heart did get an invite to film the whole thing, and was like, dude, I got a little girl. I'm not leaving for however long with no plan, just driving out using other people's money and some RV that you borrowed from somebody. No. Yeah.
Hey, guys, I hate to end it early, but I gotta go. Well, I don't have a haircut appointment, but gotta take the little dude to get his haircut, man. So appreciate you guys again tapping in today, man. Enjoy your weekend. Be safe this weekend, and do everything you got to do to get back here on Tuesday, man. On Tuesday. So appreciate you guys again. Y'all be good. Happy Memorial